Hey, welcome everybody to my Saturday afternoon hangout. My name is Jerry and you're watching 3DHP. Today we're live on my Facebook group, 3D Printing and Painting. We're on my Facebook page and we're on YouTube. And we have guests in the back room. And I've invited other people to come in. So we'll just wait and see who all we get here today. And we'll talk about lots of cool and interesting stuff. And if you're into laser, CNC, 3D painting, I don't know, resin, whatever you're into, you're welcome to drop in, hang out on screen, and talk about your hobbies. Let's see who we got here. Let me pull in some people. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, how's everybody? Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Liam, what's going on?
I'm not a guest. I'm family. I'm here so often.
Renee, hey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. I wish I was.
Hey, Tim DeWitt, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
Awesome. How's everybody today? How's everything? How's everybody in chat? Let's see who we got here. Let me scroll down here and see who we got. Kieran, hello, Kieran. How you doing? Non-fam, hello, non-fam. Carl Fenton, hello, Carl. There's Tim on screen and in chat. You do it. What's going on? You do it. Keep going down. Loopy Lou, hello, Loopy. 3D Print Newbie, hello, Mylan. How you doing? Still moving down. There's Renee on screen in chat. See ya. C3DS, hello, how are you doing? Hellspawn, what's going on? Dominic, hello, Dominic. Del Les Logos, 3D Printing, hello. I know who he is. He's my friend over on Facebook. I pronounced it wrong, I'm sure. Navari, hey, Trevor, what's going on, Trevor? Down in Florida, working today, I'm sure. He's also is welcome to join in if he wants. Jeff Hutchins. Hey, Jeff. What's going on? Sergio, HBA to C. Hello, hello. Anyway, what's going on, guys? What's new? What's exciting?
Printing.
Yeah.
I'm doing the Toys for Tots, so I'm printing a lot. My printers never stop. I have one printer that stopped right now because I'm slicing a new bed of stuff because we're not repeating the same thing, so I'm just slicing a new bed of toys to be printed.
So, was that the thing where you had to be accepted and they send you filament?
Yeah, but I haven't got filament yet. I have some stuff of my own. I've been getting rid of, using up.
But you got accepted from this.
But they will be sending. Hey, Sergio.
They have certain things you have to print, right? They say, here's what we're printing, and you print what you want out of that.
They give you a selection of toys, and you can print what you want. So I've been printing a lot of little cars.
Yeah.
Like I have one printer doing cars. I have one printer doing the wheels for the cars, a smaller printer. Oh, cool, Trevor. That's cool.
Nice.
No, the way it works now, Trevor, is you don't send it to them. You send it to somebody in your state that is a central hub, and that hub then brings it to a local military base, to the Marines, where they take it and distribute it for you. So you don't actually send it off to them in Columbus. There's a regional hub, and that regional hub delivers to a local base.
Hey, Karen, how you doing?
Oh,
Doing
comes
good.
trouble.
Doing good.
Hey, Karen.
Nice to
I've
see
got
you.
to keep Liam in check, so I thought I'd jump in.
Good luck with that one.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Yeah. Good luck with that one.
Yeah, I figured since I don't have a big presence on Facebook live streaming, I'll go ahead and start streaming to Facebook again. So if you're watching on Facebook, you're in on my page, 3D Printing and Painting, or on my group or my page. You can watch this now. And if we see you in chat, all you have to do is click the little acceptance thing at the top of the post, and then we'll see your name in chat. Hello, Dan. How you doing?
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Brandon. My son Brandon's here. He's at work right now, probably on break or something. Hey, Brandon.
Okay. I'm going to disappear in a second to get my print job started, and I'll come back in, okay? I'm just setting this up. I'm doing little small penguins and bees is what I'm printing right now.
Nice.
Yeah, I said I would never try water washable resin, or at least I wouldn't buy it. Well, a Chinese company approached me and they want me to try out the resin. They sent me a big bottle, 1,000 grams of water washable and some other, probably gray. and I'm doing a water washable right now, so I will be trying it. And
Yeah.
I'm printing out a bust of the Flash from Sanix and a Modbot I got off Things. The Modbot, the streamer, has a great YouTube channel. He's got a really cool looking robot for his theme. I'm printing out his little Modbot soldier at 200%, and that's currently printing.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So I'm printing. Let me show you what I'm doing. I can share my screen. Just give me a second.
Yeah, the company suggested Hell's Fawn. I put a little bit of soap in my water, use soapy water to rinse it real well, and so I'll try that.
So this is what I'm printing right now. So this is little penguins and bees. These are actually designed by a 3D printing professor, Joe.
Oh,
Some of you know him.
Yeah, he's got a nice collection of mini prints, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Nice
so
salami
these are
making
his
up there.
design, and he donated them to the system. So I'm set up half my bed because I'm going to be doing IDEX. So I do
Printing
half the
them
bed,
on your
and in the
dual printer,
IDEX
right?
mode and in mirror duplication mode, will do the other half for me.
Mhm.
So I'll have two print heads printing at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Are they going to be in the color change as well, like your chameleons?
No, there's no color. No. I'm actually going to do these in a single color because I've actually ran out of my my rainbow material. I've run out, and I had about eight spools of it, and it's gone.
Yeah, that's because those work good with the rainbow because you got so many on the bed at once. The color change goes through pretty quickly, so it looks really nice.
And these are going to be all one color. So I'm thinking of changing. I got a lot of silk
Oh,
pink.
Sean.
So I'm going to line up my silk pink on two of my extruders on that printer and then hit go because I'm down to about one winding across the whole width of the spool left of the rainbow, and then that's it. I'm done. So I'm going to switch over to the bright pink, which looks good. It's a nice color. So and little things of penguins and bees and stuff. Little girls will play with that kind of stuff anyway. So making them pink is probably a good fit.
What's up, Jocko? How you doing in Cape Town?
Hey, Jocko.
hey.
Okay, I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm going to get this print going. Give me a second.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, Liam.
So, what are you up to, Tim, down there? What have you been doing?
Just printing a couple parts for this thing, spare parts. I haven't had the Prusa out and running in a long time, so I want to make sure it's still working and tuned properly. So
Is that a standard spool or it's a camera angle? It looks like a really big spool.
No, that's just a 1 kilogram spool.
Oh, okay.
Wow,
Yeah,
looks big.
I just got a shipment in from Prusa yesterday. So I bought 6 spools of this. It's the Galaxy Black PLA. I love the color. So, and I have a couple of customers that want some jobs in that, so I brought a bunch in. So,
Yeah, I've done really long prints before.
How much is it to roll?
it works out to about they're $24 US plus shipping. I think $24.99. So it's worked out to me with shipping, and when I pay DHL and everything, probably around $35 a spool. So, but it's
That
pretty.
comes from the US, I take it, not from Czechoslovakia.
That comes from Czechoslovakia. Yeah, I buy directly from Prusa.
Okay.
Yeah, and it only takes 3 days, three to 4 days to get here. So
Rub it in, why don't you? Rub it in.
Hello, Facebook user. I'm not sure who you are, but there should be a thing above the link you can click, and then you accept whatever from StreamYard, then I'll see your name. But that's awesome.
yeah.
I mean, Jerry stickers turned up. I mean, they're actually, where are they? Sitting there in the book. They're all framed
Nice.
up there. They
Oh,
turned
cool.
up.
Okay.
Very nice.
That's
I'm
good,
Jerry stickers were postmarked 13th of July and only turned up this week.
Wow.
It's crazy. Yeah, I knew I sent them like a month
And that's an
ago.
envelope. And that's an envelope. So yeah. So for me, shipping, unless it's something really, really urgent, it's ridiculous just getting stuff down to Australia.
Yeah, I mean,
That
I've
just
sent-
shows it's the other way of the world, right?
Yeah. Well, there's just so few flights now. There's hardly any planes coming to Australia now with this something to do with some sort of virus or something. So flights are insane. Half the planes that used to fly to Australia don't fly no more. So there's no transport down here. So you have to wait forever for stuff to come in. The only ones that are still doing well are DHL, but DHL have their own planes for freight globally, so they fly their own commercial flights around for freight. So they're always in and out of the country. That's not a problem. And Amazon still get stuff in as well. I'm not too sure how they come in, but that's pretty good. Anybody else?
They actually purchases space in the DHL flights.
Possibly, because they get that same sort of consistency for the speed. But commercial flights hardly non-existent down here. So yeah.
Well, I got my new stickers ready. I'm going to start sending people. When I send you yours, Kieran, I'll send it via carrier pigeon.
Yeah, it might get there faster. Yeah, it can't be wrong. Yeah.
Strap it to a pigeon's leg, they might get it to you quicker. So
yeah.
Cape Town, I'll put my email in the chat. Send me your address. I'll mail you out one of my stickers. The reason Kieran has like 6 stickers is every so often I grab a bunch of stickers, I throw them up on the wheel, I spin it, and whoever wins them, then I mail them a bunch of stickers. But I can send you a single sticker of 3DHP if you'd like. I'll just put my email in the chat here.
Yeah, I was lucky to spin on the wheel and win. Nice for a change.
yeah, I've had people waiting for mine for a while, and of course, the guy who runs the company that prints the stickers, I'm always last to get mine done. I just
he's pretty slack there, Tim. That guy.
Yeah. So I just got them done last week.
Maybe you need to pay him more. That might help.
Yeah. My boss is a cheap SOB.
And
the CFO is pretty tough as well, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, my recent project, my video I was working on, I printed out that laser, my do-it-yourself laser, and here's the parts that I printed out.
Yeah, I've been watching that on that. That's great.
DB3D Dan had printed one, and he sent me over to a link on Thingiverse. There's a bunch of them on Thingiverse, but I went ahead and went with this. I'm not putting air assist on it because at this time I don't need it. But Comgrow around 6 months ago sent me this little laser to try out and do a video on to put on an Ender 3. But no matter what I did, I couldn't get it to work properly with the software, or I couldn't get it to work on the printer, on the SD card, nothing but a pain. I finally figured, you know what? I'll go on ZYLTECH's website. I'm an affiliate, so I get a discount on extrusion, but they're very reasonable. They're a huge supplier of all kinds of pre-cut extrusion. I put dual inside corners on it. And then here's a bunch of it where it's kind of thrown together to where it's coming out. I had a whole bunch of polycarbonate wheels. If people are into 3D printing like most of us are, you got lots of parts laying around, especially Tim up there. He can open up a store.
Yep.
And then here's a little control board Dan recommended I get. It's like $13. There are no end stops on it, but you don't need them. You don't need the home laser. There's no reason for it. And moving on down, let's see, where's the next picture at? Yeah, here's how it turned out in the video. Here's how it looks. It's very fast, very responsive, works perfect in light burn. I did order a larger laser head that Comgrow just came out with, and that'll be here Monday, and that looks like this. It's a 5-watt. The one that I have on there now, it's very tiny. This is a 5-watt laser head I'll be putting on it. It has a lot more power, can do a lot more stuff. And
so what's on there now? If that's a 5-watt, what's on that head now?
It's like a less than an amp. It's really small.
Okay, that's not. That's for the cost of what I did to put together. That was outstanding,
and then
really.
Solvol on Facebook, they're advertising this. They say it's a 5-watt. So why they saying 40-watt laser kit? It's not. It's a 5-watt. And in the post, they say it's a 5-watt. So this is similar to like the one I'm getting on Corality, and it's a fixed focus.
They're 40-watt input and then 5-watt output.
Yeah. We were just talking lasers, and now you came back. Okay, let me
Good time.
Stop now.
Okay,
Stop now.
Here's the one that I ordered, Liam. It'll be here Monday. It's a 5-watt from Comgrow.
Yeah.
And according to them, you can do pretty much anything and everything. We'll see how that goes because I know about my K40, what I can do on a 40-watt versus a 5-watt. So we'll see how that goes. And then Solvol is advertising over on Facebook. They're talking about this one they're coming out with soon, which is
that's a 5-watt output again.
Yeah,
same laser.
It probably is the same one.
Yeah, it's the exact same. Okay, remember one thing. Comgrow are resellers of Creality, right?
Yes.
So they will OEM something out of Creality to rebrand it. Solvol, Creality build the Solvol machines, even though Solvol has their own engineering. So everything you get at Solvol is basically coming out of the Creality factory, right? Even though they may re-engineering a little bit, it's basically the same machine. Now Comgrow, like their new CNC that Comgrow recently have done, that they've recently released, it's similar to a 3018, but they oriented it sideways. Their CNC has they designed it, but it's using a Soval main board for G code, right? So it's got a Soval. Hey Jacko, it's got a Soval main board, and it uses Creality steppers motors, and it's a bit like it's convoluted the way they are. They're resellers, but they're starting to branch into their own products because they've gotten so big that but they're basically a lot of what they're doing is they're doing a lot of OEMing other stuff in some cases like the lasers, but they are starting to do their own products now as well, like the CNC.
Yeah, I seen that, Loopy, on Facebook, or like on the picture. It says 40 watt on the picture, but the person typed above it, it's a 5 watt. So I don't know if they edited their post after someone had commented negatively about don't mislead people. It's actually a 5 watt. It's not a 40 watt. But yeah, they should have that right there in the picture.
Yeah. Well, that's marketing, right? They try and make it sound better than it is, even though you cannot get a diode laser over 5 watts. The only way to do it is to have multiple laser beams and merge the beams.
And then you have a fiber laser when you're all done.
Well, I'm just saying, no. If you do multiple lasers and then you merge them using a prism, because light is, science nerd, here it comes. Light is an additive process. When you do colors, the pigments are not additive; they are actually subtractive, right?
Subtractive.
But light is additive. So by having 2 beams coming into one, yes, that's me. 2 beams coming into one, you get double the output.
He's got on a hotkey. He has on a hotkey straight away for the screen comes up.
He does, yeah. He's a button. Beep, beep, beep.
That's it.
I'm good with that.
With that laser, Jerry, that looked like a Nano on that board, an Arduino Nano controlling it. Was that right? Looked like it.
Yeah, there was. His USB interface was a Nano.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got another picture right here, close up.
But this is the pink I'm using.
Yeah. Okay, that'll appeal to some people.
It'd be nice for like little girls and stuff, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man,
Little girls and people like Rene down here.
Yeah, when I was younger, I never liked the fact of wearing pink for my own reasons. But now that I've got older, I don't really care. Doesn't matter anymore.
Get what's comfortable. Who cares, right?
Yeah.
Other thing, Jerry, regarding your laser dog shield. No. Would tinted polycarbonate do the same thing?
Tilted acrylic will do it.
Also known as Liam.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is just three pieces of tinted acrylic, 6 inches, 8 inches high on your extrusion, and there's your dog shield.
On the outside, yeah.
What I'm probably going to do, since it's sitting on the desk next to me right now, I mean directly like right there, I'll probably put it on a piece of plywood, mount it to the wall right above my CO2, high enough that I can get on a little step ladder, step up one step.
Like Liam does for his one. Liam has a step ladder his.
And when I did a burn the other night. I watched Jim's video about the rainbow paper that you get off Amazon. It's rainbow color, and then on top of it, it's completely black.
Got that coating, that was nice.
And I followed his video, but that's based on the Auteur, so I went with his settings. Unfortunately, I started at 11 o'clock at night, and I usually go to bed by 11 o'clock typically. I was up till 2:30 in the morning waiting for this to get done. I went ahead and filmed it with my camera, so while I'm sitting there watching TV, I didn't have my glasses on because I got a cardboard board shield where I can't see it, but I was watching my cell phone. I could see how far along it was. And unfortunately, it didn't come out right. It's interesting, but it should be a dragon blowing fire out of its mouth. I got something wrong, but I swear to God, I can see a little girl with a pink shirt there, and she has a Care Bear on her shirt, and I don't know why that's there. Can you see it?
And she's got like a little blue
hat. Dragons. I see the dragons. I can't see the girl. I see the dragon on the left and the wing on the right. Yeah.
Well, it looks like the girl has like a blue hat on, and there's a pink shirt, and it's like a Care Bear on a shirt. Now, that's just an optical illusion, but that's really weird that I'm seeing that.
Wow. No, I see that clearly now.
And I'm guessing that's down to your power outage, right? Because your power for that area, if it's set too high, it's going to remove too much material and showing the colors underneath.
Yeah. As it
because
passes
like we used to do this as kids, right? You get crayons and you color something, and then you get another crayon and you color it, and you do all these different colors, and then you get your fingernail and you scrape it off and you get a multicolored pattern, right? We used to do that. This is just pre-ready material but the power of your laser burns off the surface, right?
So what you're saying is the laser's just a reversion to your old childhood again, Liam.
Yes, it is.
Which misses all to the ground.
We know. Let me clarify. No, it's not, because that would indicate I grew up in the first place.
Well, good point. Good point.
Good answer.
Good point.
Plus, we know better than to put our finger under the laser now.
Well,
most of us.
Oh, right. I forgot about that one. No, like, let's be honest, right? We don't grow up, because that's why we get into all this kind of stuff. This maker
Just
stuff.
get more expensive toys. That's the difference. Yeah.
Our toys
Just
get more
bigger
expensive.
toys, yeah.
That's the only difference.
Yep. That's it.
Right?
And another mistake I did with this laser, on my K40, I bought some, they're not real expensive glasses, but they're better glasses for watching the K40. Instead of putting on the cheap ones that came with this, which I should have, and I'll show you a picture here in a minute. I talked to Liam about it. I went ahead and threw them on. I'm sitting there and watching TV, and I'm kind of looking at it. And then I noticed that everything on my TV screen is starting to look kind of yellow. It's like, what the hell? So then I went and put on the correct glasses. Well, like in my video, these glasses right here, the green ones are for the particular diode laser, and those clear ones are for my K40. And then Ike will explain the difference in the laser intensity and why you have to wear different colors.
Wavelengths, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's all about the frequency of the light. Like one is to block UV light, which is what the acrylic does, right?
Yeah.
But the green is to kill the glow of the blue laser, right? Because when it burns something, it gives off UV light. The CO2 doesn't give off a beam, so you don't need to block that. You just need to block the UV light, which the acrylic screen clear does, right? But it's the glow from the other one is the one that changes your vision color, and you don't want to be near that. And the acrylic naturally does block. Acrylic blocks UV.
So if I mount this on a sheet of plywood, now actually, when Trevor sent me that big rotary for rotating things, this will be perfect for that. When I get that other laser on it, when I get it in the mail Monday, and I can just jack the whole frame up however high I got to be and go that route. I have to figure out how I'm going to power that because it's got a huge stepper motor on it, and I don't know if that just pulls 12 volt, 24 volts, or if this little board can handle it. So I have to figure out how I'm going to power that.
No, they're NEMA 17s. My guess is they're 12 volts.
It's a really big NEMA 17, though. I mean, if it's a NEMA 17, it's really big.
They're probably are. They're probably not anything. They're probably nothing heavier than 17.
Can you make the board control the is it just controls when it goes
it replaces the y-axis.
Yeah, you plug it in
where the y-axis goes in. So the rotation, the x-axis head still moves over and back, and instead of the y-axis moving forward and backward, the y-axis is a rotation motion instead. That's all it does. You just unplug your y-axis and plug that in.
You can use a low voltage to control other higher voltages.
Yeah, but not in this case. It's a direct 12-volt feed off the board.
Yeah, but if the thing was a 24 volt and the little board can't control it, then you can just make some kind of device plugging into something else, actually controlling the.
You could buck convert it and do a step up with a buck converter to increase the voltage out.
A buck converter will reduce voltage. I don't know about if it'll step up.
Oh no! Sorry, you have to do a transformer.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
And then ModBot is building a Volron right now. Daniel over at ModBot. We threw this up on Thangs, and I figured, hey, cool little case. A little smaller than I expected, but this is what I just printed out. It's out of a white PETG, the case. And then all the drawers are just random colors. The first two drawers are filament from ZYLTECH. The third row down, that is Prusament. And then down on the very bottom, that's ZYLTECH again.
I might do a bigger version of that. The reason why I want to get it so I can put all my tools in there.
Liam's got bigger nuts to put in it. That's why.
I have bigger nuts in store. Yeah.
I typically just go to Lowe's, Home Depot, or Amazon and buy it. But let's see here.
I haven't seen anything like that. They have the little caddies, but they have to be hung individually on the wall.
It's really worrying to make their own.
Whoa!
Oh!
Do that.
That's how
I took the picture. I figured I want to open some drawers. I just tipped it and I click.
You need to glue some magnets on the back of the Jerry, on the drawers to keep them in.
That's a good idea. Actually, put a magnet in the back.
A magnet on the back of the drawers, Jerry.
I think I think ModBot said something about. Well, I don't see it, but yeah, you could. If you can drop them all down in there and then put the other one on the drawer, and yeah.
Yeah, on the inside, if you put a magnet on the inside of the drawer at the back, and a magnet on the back wall plate on the outside, and then you got them that way. It'll pull them through without having to drill holes or recess.
It's a cool little box, and it's over on.
It's a nice little box. The colors look good.
I like it.
The colors look good. Yeah.
I'm just checking in the print. 1 second.
I was going to do them all one color, and then a minute I told him I was going to print. He's like, "Well, what's your color combination going to be?" So then I printed the white, and then on the one of my original CR10s, I printed one set of drawers, and I changed filament, and I printed another, and then another, then another. So it's
the luxury of having a large choice of filament color.
Yeah.
I got a lot of partial spools. A lot of them are near empty, but I got a lot of colors, but they're all less than half a spool, even a quarter spool on some of them. So, and then I'm working on.
First layer is looking good.
I'm still painting on DR.DOOM. I've got 2 of these I'm painting. Once I get them done, I'll put them up on Etsy, but I'm just slowly working on these also.
Yeah. How much resin did you use for this?
First layer looks good. All pink.
I don't remember. Probably about, I don't know.
Probably a liter.
100 milliliters. Everything is hollowed, but I don't remember. I don't really remember.
Yeah. Is it possible to weigh and actually convert it to how much?
No.
No.
All the supports and all that sort of stuff. And all that
yeah,
stuff,
you wouldn't be able to count for supports. You wouldn't be able to count for a lot of stuff.
You know, you don't want your vat to run.
Tell how much it is.
You don't want your vat to run dry, and if you run out of one color, then you got to dump something else, and it's just enough to finish the print. So,
yeah.
Anyway,
it's bad enough judging to the end of your spool. That was what I had left when I did my last print job on this spool, and it's just got close.
That's what I had with the rainbow, so I couldn't start another layer of rainbow.
So yeah. Luckily, it's only just half a layer.
Yeah, those I throw away because there's like nothing I'll ever need them for.
No, that's just not enough to risk it for the biscuit.
Well, see, I don't throw that away because I know at some point I'm gonna end up making something big, and when I do, I'll get a 3D pen and I'll use that to weld stuff.
Hey, Dwayne, how you doing?
I don't have a lot of them like that. I normally run it pretty close, or I let it run out. And I start feeding in another one immediately behind it.
I don't trust the run out sensor. I don't
do the run out sensors. What I do is I let it run right down, and then when it reaches near the end, I slow everything down to about 10% print speed.
Do it on the fly.
And when it's in the infill, do that, and then feed in the next one. And then when you hit round speed, but once you get it all the way back in. And you don't mind splurging a bit more into the infill, right? And then when it gets up, once you have that done, and the new color starts coming out, then release it and bring the speed back up again.
Something funny about this comment. I watch a lot of videos on YouTube of funny things, TikTok videos. It's all kinds of everything. And a few days ago, there's a video of a dog. He's sliding down the stairs on his belly, and he's having a blast doing it. And then he runs back up, and he does it a second time. Unfortunately, it's a male dog, and he has not been fixed. So bump all the way down. And you see these 2 big round things just hit smacking every run, and it's hilarious to watch.
Well, you have to get the drill somewhere, right?
That's
funny to watch.
Yeah.
Wow. I can.
I just use I've got a spreadsheet. With just a filament start and end point, so I check the weights and they've got a plug-in for Octoprint, and both of them correlate pretty good for the usage. Yeah, when it flags me, I don't risk it.
Well, I weigh some empty spools, so you know how much the spool itself weighs. So when you bring in another batch of the same color material you weigh, you know what's left. You know what's really in there, and you can plug it in.
Yeah, the spreadsheet and the Octoprint plugin correlate within 2 or 3 grams or a meter or so, which means just play it safe.
Yeah,
unless it's a big print. Yeah, exactly. Because there's nothing worse than kind of watching it printing in air when it runs out and you missed it.
Oh, an update on my CR10 not so smart.
Yeah.
They have agreed that what I said is wrong. They said they have to order the parts from Creality and ship them out to me. So it'll take them 2 weeks to get the parts from Creality, and then they'll ship them to me. So if they ship it by air, I'll get them within a week. If they ship it by sea, I'll get them by Christmas.
Oh,
And what year? Which year though? Which year?
They didn't say a year. They just said
Oddly enough,
it
yeah.
takes 2 weeks to get them.
And
then
see,
there's
they're towing that container vessel back through the Panama Canal again for repairs in
the
Singapore.
one that jammed there the last time.
Yeah, it's going through it at the moment.
I would deny them. I'd tell them they have to go around the Cape.
When I wash
it's been towed through for repairs.
When I wash these water washable prints, the company recommends put a little bit of dish soap in with it, and I'll do that and do like a pre-rinse, get it as clean as I can. Then I'll go over to another tub of fresh water. I thought I'm not going to go to the sink and do what I've seen other people do. Just turn on the sink full blast and rinse it off really good.
Right.
That's illegal.
Living in Las Vegas, Nevada, here's the reason why, and this is a real picture. I've lived here for like 55 years here in Las Vegas, or 54 years. And I remember in 1983, you can see the cars over there on the dam when the water was almost to the top. The spillways were overflowing. Soon after this picture, Lake Mead released a lot of water to California to fill up some lake that they had. That brought the lake level down a little bit, but because it doesn't snow that much in the Colorado, every year it keeps going down. And on the right side is a current picture. You can see the spillway. That's an exact picture in both of them, and that's how low the lake is. And it's just getting worse. So,
no wonder you don't like driving across the dam then, Jerry, because it looks on both sides like it's a big drop off on both sides now.
Yeah. Well, they have that they have that new bridge that way up over top. That's way past the dam. It's up really high. So
okay, I haven't seen pictures of the new bridge. Yeah.
You can go down over the dam on the lower side, but I just go over the bridge into Arizona. I don't go over it much. I don't like heights. But
the other thing is about using the water washable in the sink is illegal. You're basically doing a chemical spill into the sewage system is what you're doing.
Okay, to touch on that. Here's my feelings on that. I dump acid and Clorox bleach in my toilet to clean the toilet. Clorox bleach, acid, or anything else you clean toilets or sinks with is just as bad as anything you might dump down the sink.
Clorox bleach breaks down naturally.
It's
the chlorine evaporates out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And muriatic acid.
Down.
Acid.
What type of acid?
For cleaning toilets and things, use all kinds of.
What does that use? That's the citric acid normally, or acetic acid normally. They're the two normal.
And they break down as well naturally. Whereas a polymer resin will not break down naturally, and it actually poisons the water table. So there's a difference, and they also like washing in the sink.
Get rid of the liquid.
No, you don't. So here's what you do. Like if water washable resins, treating water washable resins is the same as treating normal resin with IPA, right? The way you get rid of it is you pour whatever wastewater you have into a container. You bring it outside, especially in Nevada, leave it in the container in the sun, let it evaporate. Whatever resin is left behind will actually go hard in the bottom.
Be solid,
scrape it off, and then you can start again.
It's like when you throw away paint here and anywhere probably, you got to let it dry out first.
Yeah,
if you put a bucket of paint in your garbage and the garbage man sees it, he won't dump it. If the lid is off of it and he sees it's dried up, then obviously he'll throw it away. It's supposed to be dried out.
Yeah, well, you can't even do that here in Michigan. You can't. You have to, if you have even dried up paints, you have to bring it to
recycle depot
3 times a year. They do a disposal of hazardous waste. And that would be like batteries, and that would be oil, like engine oil or paint cans or whatever. You bring it to them, and they'll dispose it. But resin has to be hardened before you can dump it.
Yes.
So that's how you dispose of resin.
What's going on, Amanda?
Amanda, hey.
Anybody like to drop in? Here's the link.
I have to give a shout out to Amanda, right? I have to give a shout out to her. We all have to give big hails to teachers because they put up with so much crap.
Yeah.
Right.
If it wasn't for teachers, we wouldn't be where we are. We learn everything.
Thumbs up, Amanda.
Is that good or bad, though? Some memories of school. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not about memories of school.
No.
It's all about like they take so much crap every day of the week from parents, and like it's not the highest paying job. They get when you're there a while, you get decent pay, but if you're not there a while, and especially if you're a new teacher, you get paid rubbish, right? You get paid real bad. And
mine used to be at childcare and early childhood and kindergarten, and after she was assaulted by parents and AVO orders, she chucked it in. It's just not worth
I
it,
think there should be
information.
protection orders against teachers as there is with police. You should be treated the same way.
The grief they used to get as a teacher.
The heavier
from
penalty
parents.
should be brought down and help you by the law.
That's insane.
I think that's the way it should be, because they put up with so much.
And we class the same as a public official, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on the spotlight now.
Yeah.
I printed a little part.
Cool.
So what did you put on your? I did not see a hard hat on the shelf now.
No,
Jim.
he'll be wearing a hard hat tomorrow.
No, he has.
Tomorrow.
He has said he has protected the extrusion now. So
This is just like a little hole plug for the
a grommet for the wall.
back for wires to go through.
Yeah, grommet.
Printed nicely. Yeah, grommet.
Oh, grommet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's the word.
that's. And I'm gonna print a couple other things right now. I don't know what, but I want to keep the proofs lubed up and running. So
Yeah, I'm. You know what I'm printing, so.
So now I'm just deciding what to print next. I think I might actually reprint my school holder thing in the Galaxy Black, because I love the Galaxy Black. Or is this Galaxy Black? I don't remember. Anyway.
Whatever it is, it's lovely.
Yeah. So.
Oh, Kieran, I told you got my robot working, right?
Yep. You said the 20 amp 8 ESC.
Still gets hot.
Okay. You see
Really?
Hey Tim, I got a question.
that could be.
If I wanted a vinyl banner or something I could roll out, let's say as an example, let's say me, 5'8" is how tall I am. So a banner like a picture of me that I could roll out and put on a stand, or of my wife or whatever. What might something like that cost? No,
So you're
about
4 feet wide by 6 feet tall, 24 square feet.
what? Not my cost. What would it cost? And then if there's a discount involved, you don't have to discuss that. But
Oh yeah, so 24 square feet. So you're looking probably around. Let me just get my little calculator out here. 24 times. You're looking at about 120, 130 bucks
okay,
Canadian. So what?
and that
About
would be
$20
I send you
$5 in real money.
I send you a PNG or something, and you print it out, and then do whatever your magic.
Yeah,
How does that
PDF is preferable, high resolution to size PDF, but you want a high resolution as possible picture going up that big. So
Okay. I remember seeing your murals that you put in that business, and I was just curious of what it might cost to have a picture of whatever made big like that.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Banner material is not expensive. It's actually one of the cheaper materials I run. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, you can have a cool one like this.
Oh, nice.
look at that. Earth's
And on the
moon.
other side,
Earth's Earth.
Oh.
Well,
What are
I see you.
What are the red spots on that, Liam? On the Earth side, what are the red spots?
Alien encounters.
they're impact locations for meteor
Meteorites.
craters.
Okay, no problem. Liam, check. Do you have a spare receiver for your RC?
I do not. You think it's the receiver's a problem?
It can do. I had one of mine was playing up, and it, so you can cause an issue because the voltage back on that for the motors. It may be a problem with the receiver.
Well, I can try. I can order a
Swap.
receiver.
Or
They're not
swap.
expensive.
You got more than one on the other ones, the babies.
I
You got
don't
one
have a
babies?
baby.
Oh, okay.
I only built one robot, which was this one.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, I did have one receiver that was playing up, and it was causing some issues, so I swapped the receiver out, and that fixed it.
So that's where all the cables plug in. Yeah, I can order another one. They're not expensive.
No, because the motors are going to that, and the ESC are going to that. Possibly that's what's causing the issue with the ESC.
Yeah, well, I can order a replacement. They're not really expensive.
No, and it's placed to a spare as well.
I also have another banner like that, Jerry, but it's for my NASA stuff, and it's something like 3 feet high and 15 feet long, or something like that as well.
Yeah.
I don't have it in this room, but I do have one because when I do outreach stuff outdoors, I put up the big banner.
That big rotary that I got is here, and that has a really big stepper on it.
Oh wow, that's big.
And Betty, thank you very much, Trevor, for donating that to 3DHP. I appreciate it. And thank you, Betty Boop, which probably isn't watching, for bringing it back in her suitcase. She brought back the clutch plate and that in her suitcase, and she complained about it for 3 weeks, having to bring that back in her suitcase.
And you're still paying her back for that, I take it.
Yeah.
But the nice thing about that rotary, that's a really high-end rotary, because it allows you to expand the distance between two of the wheels.
Yeah.
And also to raise the height of one of the sets of wheels as well. Hey, Lightspeed.
What's going on, Lightspeed?
Tuck as well. Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Hey, Lightspeed.
If anybody'd like to drop in, I'll post it here in chat. I know I say that all the time, but for new people dropping in, you're always welcome to come in and hang out, and it's right here. And it's free to do so. You just have to click on it.
Just mute your YouTube first.
Yeah. Yeah, we're live on Facebook page, Facebook group, and YouTube today. And I think every week I'm going to go ahead and start going live on Facebook and YouTube. That way I got more of a video presence on Facebook. And then, of course, I post a link over on Twitter also.
StreamYard handles all three without any issues, Jerry? There's no problems?
Yeah, all three. Fine. Yeah, you're logged into them.
Stream out.
Yeah, StreamYard, you don't actually download it. You log into their system. So.
And it does all the work.
Hey, Matt,
you're streaming your video to them, and then they do all the rest of the work.
Yeah, Jerry?
Didn't you get some new goodies for your resin printer you might want to show everybody, or no?
Yeah, sure. I got my resin liquids.
Nice.
Yep.
That's Elegoo, right?
Yeah, Elegoo. Cool. And hold on a second. And I got myself a big box.
Well, that's very important. Yeah, for lots of uses.
Definitely need gloves.
And the glasses. I hope you got the glasses. We all know how important glasses are now.
Is that a bottle or is that wipes or what?
It was a bottle. A bottle of IPA. The bottle.
And basically, I have it.
And you have a wash and cure station as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's coming soon.
And where are the safety glasses?
I'm ordering them already. I ordered them.
Yeah, he's ordering glasses.
Yep.
And
where's the noise coming from?
Not for me.
Like somebody's running a file over their teeth.
That sounds like a dot matrix printer.
Nice. Very cool.
Oh, that's cool.
You said that's 75% scale, right? That's not at 100% the way it was designed. Yeah. That's really nice.
75% scale, yeah. I still have to glue the parts on. But
well, paint them first.
Yeah, I know.
And then glue them afterwards. Hey, Ram Design. Nice. How are you?
Hey, Ram Design.
And I don't know if you guys can see it. Right there. That picture is gonna, the picture gonna be 290 millimeters by 400 millimeters.
Real big litho, yeah.
Yeah, take me.
Or you're running an act of your Z axis, I see.
Yeah, you're running out of room now. Yeah.
Yeah, not much.
So that's just curved and got the supports each side of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I've had prints that were real tall, and I'm like, well, they look like they would fit in Simplified 3D, and then I'm right up there at the top thinking, oh no!
I've seen that happen too. When a printer tells you their Z height, some
check it.
No, some actually work. You can actually reach the full 300 or 400 Z. Others, you don't actually reach the 400. My
395 or 390, whatever.
Yeah, the Focus printer that I have is a small direct drive. The top of Z it's about 5 millimeters too short. So the very top of your print, when you go to the top of Z, what happens is the Z rollers move up, but where the upstand of the Z axis meets the top
the join
rail, where they two join, the wheels hit that and can't go any further.
Yeah. Crank it all the way up, run your Z all the way up, measure it from the nozzle down, and verify it.
Actually, I have a print to show you. Then I have a print to show to prove it.
Reset your slicer to make sure it corresponds. Yeah. Yeah, luckily or unluckily, I've not done a print high enough to max out my Z yet. The highest I've done, I think, 220 is the highest I've done on my 250.
So, Jerry, when I have a chance to actually say something, your laser thing, that is what you assembled yourself, right? So that means you can actually, if you wanted to, you can actually make that a lot bigger.
Exactly.
My DSLR keeps pausing on me. Sometimes I do a resin print with a resin lapse cable, and it'll work fine for 4 or 5 hours and take a snapshot as it should. It's not hot in that room. It's around 78 in my house right now. And then other times, every 20 minutes or so, it stops clicking. I got to go to the power brick on the floor, plug it back in, and get it working again. Well, I don't know. It's driving me nuts.
See here? Papa Z failed.
Yeah, sitting there in one place. It kept printing and printing in one place.
Yeah, because it was trying to move up, but the wheels wouldn't travel.
Yeah.
Came out a nice print, though, other than that.
Hey,
Yeah.
you gotta go and do that. Clock springs reciprocal vase, the one that John did. That's a real nice print.
Ping me a link to it.
I can build up to 420 mil, but I never go higher than 400 mil.
Yeah.
Let me just get to the link. I'll drop it in private chat for you.
Hey, Ramsey Ryan, why don't you drop in? We've never met you before. You're very welcome to pop in and say, hey, we've never met you. You're always welcome. Or anybody else watching, you're welcome to drop in and talk about whatever you want to talk about on your hobby stuff.
Oh, I think I have one more.
Yeah, I love my extension, my Prusa Mini, the little kit. It makes like a rugged little 4-wheel drive. I love that thing. It's awesome how it looks.
Yeah, I got to fire this up too because I got to print a couple things. Yeah. I just need power.
Sorry, I'm popping in and out. I've never printed about the start.
Call Scotty.
Scotty!
No, just take the power cord off the printer next to it and plug it in.
Yeah. The captain, I'm giving you all she's got.
She can't handle it, Captain.
Cannot handle it. Damn it, Scotty. Captain, it'll take 3 hours. I need it in 1. Okay, what filament to use?
I believe Scotty, he's just a troll. He lies.
Yeah.
And then the new Scotty in the new couple movies they made, he ended up getting killed. He bought a Jeep, parked it in his driveway, put it in park where it's a stick shift, and he went down and checked his mail. The Jeep popped out of gear, rolled backwards, crushed him.
Yeah, it was a design fault. Yep.
But then again, every time I've ever had a stick, especially in a driveway, I always set my emergency brake. So I guess he didn't.
Well, we're trained. We in Ireland. I don't know. When we do our driving, we're trained. When you park the car, you put on your emergency brake, or handbrake is what we call them, right? Because it's always in the center of the car. So you put on the handbrake, and you put the car in neutral, and you always do that. You never leave it in gear.
That Dave said was in private chat. Who's posted that?
That was me for Liam. For Liam, that's all.
Okay, well here it is right here. If people want to go check out that vase.
That was the one that John's done. There you go.
Oh, nice. Yeah, those are really cool. You put them on the turntable and they spin, and the light hits them differently.
Yeah,
they kind of glisten.
Oh yeah, I'll give it a try.
Yeah, clock springs do come out well. That's the latest one. So, got to keep the CFO happy.
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
Yep, can't beat clock springs. It's a hammer stuff.
Oh.
Well worth the Patreon cost. Clock springers, well worth the money.
Did anyone see the high-speed Voron print this morning? That was posted by Bill Gow.
1,000 millimeters a second?
Yeah. Man, that thing was motoring.
Yes.
Wasn't it only 100?
I would love to see 1,000 millimeters a second it was printing at. This thing was whipping around the board. I mean, I'd love to see it when it prints tall, to see what the print quality looks like. But if you can print it at speed, like, oh man.
You need something to bolt it to. I mean, seriously, that's
you'd have to bolt it around the table.
Yeah.
It would vibrate. It would.
Yeah, not good for lithophanes.
Well, take care. I didn't realize you were here.
Let me pop this out and show everybody. 1 second. Let me put it on my other screen. And I'm going to mute it because this is too noisy. I'm going to share my screen, Jerry.
Sure.
Watch this thing move.
Jeez, and that's normal pace. That's not sped up.
No, that's actual print speed. 1,000 millimeters a second.
And what's he got? He's got it on a table.
He's just got it sitting there on the table. It's a Voron, and look at that.
Surprised it's not walking. Surprised it's not walking across the table like a washing machine. Out of balance.
I'll have to restart that off again. So 1 second. Like, that's unreal.
Is that the noise from it as well?
Let me bring it down again. And I paused. Let me turn up the volume on it. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I think that's Modbot's building one right now. I think that's what Modbot's building.
I like the brown color on the filament. That looks quite nice for the parts. That's quite a nice color.
Look at that thing move.
Sorry.
That's infill.
Try doing a time lapse on that. There's no time lapse required. Just do it as normal as a video.
Yeah.
That head is screaming.
Yeah, the time lapse on that one would be. Wait, is it done?
It would be a blur.
Yeah. Cable management though. Look at the back. Look at those cables in the back though. Look how they're getting thrown around. The cables on the back where they're coming off for the print head. They are really getting thrown around. That'd be a worry, wouldn't it? Cable wear.
That's a tiny thing.
Look at the cables moving there at the back there.
Oh,
on the rail there. Look at them getting thrown around.
But they're on the rail.
They're on a rail, yes, but you're still jerking on that rail. That's a worry. That's really going to throw those cables around at that speed.
I know.
Not that you've been doing that normally.
Like cables are easy to replace when it prints like that.
There's two of them, Dominic. These are really cool.
Dice tower.
Yeah, that's the Ars Moriendi stuff is nice. And the fact that he gives those sort of things, they give those models away for freebies. They're great. I've got both their Kickstarters. Yeah. Hello.
I don't know if you guys are following the drama, but on Twitter, but yeah, somebody figured out the 747, and pretty good first layer, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, dude. It turns out, everybody was trying to print out of the box, including me, but you got to do a Z offset calibration. Once I did that, it goes. I mean, doing a wall-to-wall print like this is hard on any printer, right? Doing a single layer all the way across, trying to make sure that it's consistent all the way across is a tough ask of any printer. But yeah. It took me a few tries, but started out a little rough, but it's getting there. This one's the best one so far, I think. So.
Well, none of those had any drag perforations in it, so I mean, even the first ones were good.
Yeah, I mean, in a normal print environment, like that first layer is so it it's got a few highs and lows. It doesn't really matter because it's going to get buried in the print anyways, right? But there's a lot of drama and criticism going on Twitter today because I made a comment about how one of my test prints looked good, and I guess that triggered everybody. But mainly because I think of the Prusa competitiveness of this printer. Obviously, that's who they're targeting.
Hey, Rover.
Yeah.
And a lot of the Prusa guys are, having a meltdown over it, which is fine. But I really do think this printer is a contender. They're going to work on the price. I talked to them yesterday. They're working on the price to get the price down to a Prusa price point. if they do that, I think Prusa is going to have somebody that can actually take a stab at them at least. You know, nobody's ever going to take Prusa out of the picture, but I mean,
well,
you know, at least give
in the States. If they do, because anybody in the States will have local support.
That's true.
Exactly. And
That's
the other
true.
advantage is not with the Prusa is the tool head, the multi tool head option.
Yeah. I mean,
that's the other thing that justifies it.
Right. I mean, having a tool head, you know, that literally the beta unit I had didn't have the thumb screws, but this is a production version, and it has the thumb screws, and it's under a minute to swap a full tool head on this printer.
Yeah.
Which is the justification, which is great.
Yeah, a buddy of mine has the Workhorse and the Workhorse Pro, and he said even tool head changes on those are very, very simple and fast.
Yeah, I mean that's what Filament Frenzy has, right? He has a Workhorse Pro or something.
Yeah.
Hey, Rover, I got it, and I posted a video on my YouTube channel a couple days ago. This laser sitting next to me, and I was showing pictures of it earlier. But yes, I got the power supply. And it
works great. The laser works really nice.
Yeah, moves very fast, works great. And I got an upgraded laser coming for it Monday. I'm going to be putting on a Comgrow, a different one.
The 5 watt.
Yep.
Yeah, but that looks like a really good first layer. I'm printing little toys right now, and I don't care about the first layers as long as it sticks, because every bed has high and low points. And my view on it is, if some of them are not really good, like because it under extrudes in the first layer because it's too low. By the time I hit layer 3, it doesn't matter. So
exactly.
Yeah, I hate when you got a perfect first layer go, and then all of a sudden the nozzle starts getting a little bit too close, and it looks like a cat drug his claws across it.
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
Well, there's no unless you get a machined bed, it's not going to be perfectly flat. Right?
Yes, that's small ones.
And Liam, that's exactly it, right? Like on the Railcore, I don't even use mesh bed leveling, even though it has a BL Touch. I do G32s and that's it. And so I don't even it doesn't do any compensation across the whole bed, and it will lay a perfect layer. Now when you get Prusas, you need an ABL because the PCB, any PCB bed heater is going to be wavier than a flag in the wind, and that's what this printer has too. The Lulzbot, they both have PCB bed heaters, and they're just wavy by nature, right? When they heat up, they get wonky, you know. So
it's expansion of the material in different rates and different thicknesses.
Right, and so I think it's inevitable that you're going to have some inconsistencies in it. But apparently I'm wrong. I guess people seem to think that. And look, I think you can overcome anything, and this is proof of that. This print here took me it took me 3 or 4 tries, but I'm going to have a good consistent layer across the whole bed. No nozzle dragging, no low spots. And that's about as good as you can hope, I think, for a magnetic bed plate that's on top of a PCB heater, right?
Well, the other thing about a magnetic bed is you're going to have air trapped under there. You're going to have small little particles that are going to get in there, like particles of dust or pieces of filament. That's all going to change your level, right? That's going to make it's going to make high spots.
People will pull it off. People don't leave filament on their bed underneath their.
No, but you'll get a piece in there that you wouldn't see that's embedded in the magnet.
Exactly.
And you put it down, and it'll raise it by about 0.2 of a millimeter, and you wouldn't see it. And now you get a drag spot because it's.
When I take off the build plate and pop off the model, I look at the bottom side. I look at the magnet before I put it back on. Filament would never hop under there when I wasn't looking.
But air will get under there.
Yeah.
Air will give it a high point. Air gets trapped.
You got the magnet. You've got the build surface. They're tight against each other.
They're
not.
No, they're not. Their air can actually get trapped under there. It's like when you put on a piece of vinyl on glass, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You put it on glass, you're going to get pockets. You have to squeeze out those air pockets. The same will happen when you put on anything. Once it's wide, air will get underneath it. There's going to be air there, and that will actually bow the center of it up a little bit. Even by a fraction, and a 0.2 of a millimeter is enough to change that you're dragging your nozzle rather than getting a perfect layer. So
hey, Greg,
the only way to do it is to have a gaps in the magnet. It's like cut slots in the magnet that are about a half millimeter wide.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, old curmudgeon.
No, it can change it. Trust me, it can change it.
You
But
need
if
to
you have it in
you
slots,
need to go in the corner and
the
talk to Ike
embedded
and
bed
come back.
option, the magnets embedded in the bed's the better option, I think, than the magnetic build plate sheet. When you actually have the magnets recessed into your build
it
plate,
is a better option. Yeah,
that's the better option. Yeah,
yeah, it is.
and then you've got room to work with.
Too, I believe they do the magnets built into the bed, don't they? They have in other runs.
Hello.
There's two I've seen that had the magnets recessed, which alleviates all that issues.
Yeah. Does the Lightspeed? Are the magnets embedded in the bed, or are they? Is it a?
Well, it's actually kind of a weird setup. It's like a sandwich setup. So it's got a aluminum plate. That's what the wheels mount to, and then above the aluminum plate, about I'm going to say about 10 millimeters or 8 millimeters. There's a PCB bed heater, just like you would see on a Prusa. Right. And then there's about a 5 millimeter or 6 millimeter thick aluminum magnet plate with the magnets are like casted into the plate. They're weird. And then on top of that, it's got the steel sheet. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. It's a weird setup.
To do it. Embedding the magnet in the aluminum is the better solution than using the flexible soft magnetic.
I would agree with that. I think that they should have machined the top of because the magnet is not perfect. They should have machined the magnets or something into it. But the way it's almost like the magnets were cast into an aluminum cast. It's weird looking. But
interesting. Yeah, but they tend to do stuff right though. Lulzbot. They do a good job of what they do. As I said, I know some guys, some friends of mine. Like a friend of mine has got 2 of them, and he loves it. I mean,
right.
He had the Workhorse, and he wanted a second printer, and he bought the Workhorse Pro, which is their top of the line machines, right?
Yeah, that's the one that's the one Filament Frenzy has, and he gets some. I mean, he gets some amazing prints out of it, and I think it's got like a quad nozzle setup or something on it, or dual, or I don't know.
The Pro is a dual print head, but it's 2 heads and it's mounted together, and they're on a server, so one lifts up out of the way while the other prints. And that's similar to there was another company who was going to do that, and I talked them out of it. Because they were going to do a dual extruder, and I talked them out of it, and they changed their mind to IDEX. So they'll be releasing the IDEX probably around the end of the summer.
Who, Lulzbot?
No, Maker Pi.
Oh.
They were going to do a dual extruder, and I talked them out of doing what they were doing, and they went to IDEX. So they have an IDEX coming out later this year.
That's a good decision.
Yeah, I think so. IDEX makes a huge difference, and then when you're doing dual color prints, it makes a massive difference. And like when you have 2 extruders side by side, one head could possibly knock the other off. Whereas in IDEX, you eliminate that possibility.
Ram Design, just go over on Amazon. They got little kits with JST connectors. You can buy yourself a little pair of pliers, and you can recrimp them.
You just need to get what he means is the size, because it's on the pin separation distance. It's like 2.5, 3 point something. So you have to measure your pins, and you get the specific JST to suit your pin distance. It's like 3 or 4 different JSTs. Yeah, but it's not the number of pins, Jerry. It's the pin spacing to get the right plug.
Well, Ramdesign, I'm willing to admit, or Dan, I'm willing to admit that because they tested it, and the output they got out by changing to IDEX, the quality of the prints was way better than what they got with their dual extruder that they were planning to release. So they after testing, they made the switch. So
these are Jason sent me a file. These are I'm printing out for tomorrow's stream. They're to align the Z lead screws.
All right,
I go to install them. So,
what time you have tomorrow?
I'm at 5:30 my time, which is.
I don't care. And if someone blames me, it's okay. I'm married. I'm used to being blamed.
Tim, you're welcome to post a link. Anybody here, you're welcome to post links to your channel.
Sure.
More than welcome.
I can post any link I want, Jerry.
As long as it's not the Pornhub, yeah.
Oh no, it's not the Pornhub.
Speaking
of
links,
I got my own website.
3D
speaking
printing
of
stuff.
links,
If you want to post your affiliate link somewhere, you're welcome to do so.
Attaboy, Jerry. Link down in the description if you guys want some slice savings on your slice stuff. Be glad to help.
have you been seeing the shorts that Sam Prentice has been posting for his Halloween light panels he's been doing?
No.
Here we go. Now we can see what he really looks like.
I was going to show you this.
Clock
This
spring.
is,
Clock spring.
oh yeah, I'm an OG clock spring man. I was in the
Yeah,
beginning.
you're not the only one. As I was saying before with the vases. Yeah,
But this is with Protopasta, HTPLA, their sunset like transition rolls. But this was done on the damn it, camera's backwards. This was done on the Artemis. So you can see the glass. This is the only glass bed I have, but geez, that printer loves Protopasta. Every time I put Protopasta in it turns out great. But this is a 1 millimeter nozzle. This printed in 2.5 hours. It's a 0.45 layer height. It's chunky.
It still comes out great.
What hot end do you have on that?
Huh?
What hot end do you have on that?
Well, Liam, thank you for asking. We have slice hot ends, of course, only here. Everything's slice here in the building. That one's got a slice Magnum with a 1 millimeter nozzle, and then I got the Magnum Plus. I got mosquitoes on everything. I don't have any. The only non-slice one I have is this, and I use this to. Right now, I got fans going in here because it's hot, and I use this to hold down papers. So
it's a paperweight.
It is.
Well, I have a paperweight outside as well. It's
if somebody wants this,
smart.
If somebody wants this this fine piece of E3D engineering, let me know and I'll send it to you.
You know that I have a big paperweight outside as well. It's called the CR10 Smart. It doesn't work.
It don't? I've heard good things about that printer. I thought.
Oh no! I turned it on once. It came on. I shut it off. I turned it on the second time. It won't power up.
Really?
Yep.
Is it the power? Is it because of the you guys are your non-standard power delivery voltage or no?
No, I'm the same power voltage as you, man. I'm in the U.S.
Hey,
Greg,
you don't sound like you're from the U.S.
No, everybody in Michigan sounds like this.
Hey, Greg, make your corner. Modbot plugged you this morning in his video about the Voron. Did you see that?
Yay, another Voron. Yay. Oh, they're so fast. Oh.
Speed isn't always important.
Or being quick.
Lightspeed, are you still selling your Delta?
I don't know. After this, I was kind of changing my mind, but no, it is still for sale. It is on offer up as we speak. I'm trying to get $1,000 out of it. So
don't you have like 3,500, 3,800 into it, right?
Well, I bought it for 2,400 originally, and since then it's got Bondtech extruders on it. I had a full aluminum carriage milled for it out of a CNC milled to get rid of the plastic one. Slice engineering hot end. Other than that, it's stock pretty much, but I got a ton of stuff with it. I got like 3 tool heads, so you got 3 different tool heads you could have. I probably got $3,000 into it, easy.
Would you like to show it off here? Maybe somebody might want it. You never know.
$1,000, hell yeah.
Let me switch. Let me get the OBS here. Let's see.
If I needed it, I would drive down there and get it from you, but I don't need it. I don't have room for it. I don't,
It's hard to deport that stuff.
But it's definitely a steal of a deal.
Thanks, Bill.
Let's see.
That's a monster of an IDEX.
Same fan I got in my hobby room right there. I got that blowing right across the room from me.
Yeah. This is my fancy Prusa hot box.
And look, it's got the stickers on there already. It's got this pre-stickered. So there you go.
Yeah.
Extra bonus points.
Yeah, as I slowly piss everybody off, I cover them up. The next one to go is the printed solid one, I think. But it's a great printer. It works really good. I just rebuilt all the actually for free. I called CNC and I was like, hey, they feel a little sloppy, the rods. And he's like, no problem, dude. I'll send you a brand new carbon fiber one. So I just replaced all those. Man, it prints great. It's a great printer.
What's your build height? 300? Your build height?
Oh, no. It's 500.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a 500. It's a 310 by 500.
Hello, Jason.
That's a big.
Hold on,
thing.
I'll show you a vase I printed. I'll be right back.
You know, I've seen some of the other giant deltas that are out there. Some of them are so big you can print a full size person inside them. You know, they're massive. Some of them are.
Would take a little time though.
Yeah.
It depends on the.
There you go, Mist. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, sorry, you're
Very
showing
cool.
off. That's the standard size. That's the standard 200%. So how big is that light speed?
I think this
Mine
was.
was
I
200%.
think this was 400.
Yeah, because that's 200. So the difference in size is great. But
What size does it matter?
another clock spring fan.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was an OG. I was with Clock Spring when he was like only had a couple models, but that guy, for the money you pay, there's nobody on Patreon that get. I mean, Chaos Cortex good. I mean, there's a lot of good ones on there, honestly. But for Clock Spring, in my opinion, it's like he puts out 1 to 2 models a week that are just mind blowing. You know,
Yeah.
like I don't know if he does it for a job or not, but
That's a full-time thing now. Yeah.
I mean, I sit around and think, like, it gives me anxiety thinking, like, how would I stay motivated, man? Like, how do you just keep thinking up of crazy ideas, you know? But
there is this.
Well, you
dude,
come to groups like
he's
this
a
and
Japanese
ask
guy
people.
in the US. He makes some crazy photo art, mixing all you can imagine, and
Right.
he gets 1 image out per week.
Like this one?
and-
Yeah.
I mean, this prints like this, and then when you open it, when you take it off the build plate,
Wow.
like his tolerances are so good. But yeah, he's a stud, man.
This is the brownie points one for the wife from Clock Spring.
Oh yeah, I like that. And that honestly, I get to the week where that one came out, and I don't know anybody that's in a. I wish I did. I wish I knew somebody who's in a knitting. I'd love to make.
The wife is, so that was worth its weight in gold for brownie points.
Yeah. And I made this too. This was on the old 747, the beta one. This is the that Voron thingy, but this is pretty cool. This is from Modbot. I love this model. But
if you don't want
He does.
to become a Patreon, every single one of his models he puts up on my mini factory. The link I put the link.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Dan Brewster, how you doing?
So
I don't know what I
get
paid.
models one at a time.
Yeah.
If you want to.
I don't know what I pay him. I pay him like $10 a month. And it's so exciting every time he posts because he has always got good stuff. But he's also given me permission to sell his models. So like some of his stuff, like some of the boxes, I've tried to sell them on Etsy, and I've sold a few of them. But man, it's hard to sell stuff on Etsy. But yeah, he's a really good dude, man. He was like, I was like, hey, do you care if I sell them? And he was like, man, I don't care what you do with it. So
Yeah, as long as you get
What's
permission,
even better?
it's fine, you know.
What's even better with Clock Spring, if he'll drop a new model on, like for example that Necromancer vase, or
Right.
when he did the retro Easter egg holder, with the bolts in it, there was a design flaw breaking off the arms. You put a comment in, modifies it straight away, and an hour later a new one's up there. He is brilliant.
Right. And I like how he quickly adjusts, like if you want a vase mode of something, or he's really responsive.
The Planetarium gear phone holder, he made out 3 more designs from that, the wider one, the deeper one, straight away. People wanted some requests on it. He does it straight away. He's great.
Yeah, the phone holder. Oh, that's nice, Jerry. That looks really good, Jerry.
Yeah, Modbot designed this. He's building his little Voleron. And
No, that's one I just showed, Jerry.
Yeah.
Mine was just ugly.
Built over boss.
Jerry, that's nice.
Yeah,
the
the
colours
color
are
choice
pretty
is come out good. Yeah, come out
Yeah.
good.
Just
Anyway.
Damn, Jerry.
lots of TPU, soft TPU.
Damn, Jerry, you're like our filament frenzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got what 4.5 years of stuff behind me, and boxes in another room. I've got 2 or 3 boxes of resin print. I got, I tell people I used to post all over Facebook every week, like on 15 different groups. I'd post this, and this. And throughout time, I ran out of room, I ran out of money, and I ran out of places to put stuff. So I don't post all over the place like I used to.
For me, because obviously I have a regular job. I run a food company, but the getting the money to supply this for the first 3-4 years, right? It's all out of pocket, but that's one of the things that's the only reason I promote like the slice stuff. It's because, well, one, I believe in their stuff, but it's finally like I have a way where the hobby is not costing me an arm and a leg, because all these prints I do and I post, I just throw them away. I mean, if people don't take them at work, I just throw them away, and it's like you're literally throwing money away.
You got to get taken off, Renee?
Yeah, I got to get up early tomorrow. Actually, my first paid photo shoot.
That's funny. I'm a Danish addict too. Interesting.
I didn't know you were a model, Renee.
I'm the photographer.
Yeah, well, the difference between you and him and Lightspeed is he's from Denmark.
Oh. I thought you were talking about the Costco Danishes. My bad.
No.
Well, thank you very much for stopping in. We'll always enjoy having you. You're always welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. It's always good to be here. So have a good one, guys.
See you, mate.
Take care, Renee.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, it's almost done.
That's looking like a really good first layer.
And then I can finally move on to benchies.
Yes, he does, Dominic. I've got his tippy tree to print out at some stage for his tippy tree game. Devin does some nice stuff as well.
Yeah, Devin does that. Got nice stuff. And you know who else is? Maker's Muse puts out some good stuff sometimes.
Yep.
He hasn't recently, but I love. My favorite thing is like the boxes and stuff. And Maker's Muse does a really good job at some boxes too.
We do have some good.
I like his.
We do have some good makers down here in Australia with Devin and Angus and Michael as well. Michael Law as well, teaching tech.
Yeah, Angus has that little robot dog, like the Boston Dynamics one that cost $25,000-$30,000 that he got on the Kickstarter. That's coming up for like $500. It's interesting, except when he had it outside walking in grass, when it tipped over, it can't stand itself back up. But it's cool. It's very cool
for the price. Yeah.
Yeah, you're Australian, aren't you?
No, I'm a Kiwi, so go draw the standards. Come on, watch it. It's like calling Tim an American. Those fighting words.
You know what the equal is for an American is when you go, "Hey, you're Canadian, right?"
Yeah.
Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Hey, Jason.
Hey, Jason.
We go, hey,
Jason. Actually, Lightspeed, you should take a picture of your first layer and send it to the first layer, so he for his channel.
It's finally working, Jason.
The 747?
Yeah, so remember the print I tried on the stream was to do a wall-to-wall single layer. And
almost finished there now.
Nice.
And it hasn't been without some casualties. I mean, there's been some tests going on, but this one's finally it, I think.
Nice.
I'm satisfied with this.
Good.
I mean, it's not totally absolutely perfect, but it's damn close. So,
well, you can live with that, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, the bed itself is not flat. Like the mag beds where the magnets grab the plate. Like that's how close this is. I can see in the print itself. I can actually see where the rows of magnets are.
Oh,
so, yeah, exactly. So the magnets pull the bed down because the mag bed itself. And this print's I'll show you guys what the mag bed looks like.
Yeah,
but the mag bed they used on this printer is okay, but it's kind of goofy. Like I'd almost rather have a sticker, like the stick-on ones,
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the sticker is that depending on the sticker you get, the magnet sticker you get, its thickness varies a lot, or can vary.
Right,
but
double-sided
if you got
sticky tape.
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, so on this printer, I'm going to show you guys here in a second, but there's like an aluminum plate. You can see the aluminum plate right there.
Yeah.
So it's got like
It's a reasonable thickness as well. Yeah.
But no, I mean, like, so look at the mag bed, the steel plate, and then look right below it, right? So that is a cast aluminum bed with magnets cast into it, and they're not put in after the fact. It looks like they poured the aluminum with the magnets in it, and the surface feels smooth to the touch, but when you put a straight edge on it, it is not. It's anything but smooth. So, like on this print, you can actually see in the shadows, you can see where the magnets are pulling the bed down. And creating little valleys in the bed, you know. But yeah, that is about as good as it gets. I think it's going to get on this printer, and honestly I think that's about as good as any Prusa wall-to-wall single layer.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
fanboys on
Dixon.
So after this print's done, I can officially start calling it a Prusa killer again. Thank God. I'm just joking, everybody. Calm down. Everybody gets so defensive about the Prusa, man. I had no idea.
Why are you talking about a Prusa? What? Yeah. Don't talk about Prusa like that.
I know.
This is not Prusa. This is not Prusa Club.
Look, I bought this.
Oh, hail Joseph.
Look, I bought this. I bought this print sheet. I bought this print sheet. It's the first powder coated print sheet I've ever bought from them that did not come with my printer. The texture sheet I bought when it first came out. This is the satin one, and I cannot get anything to stick to it.
I can't make your little picture bigger. I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. But I can't get anything. I can't get anything to stick to this thing, and I don't understand. You know, all I said was, like, it doesn't. The Ulti-Stick one from Filament One, I don't know what they do to their sheets, but their stuff sticks perfectly. And this one, I can't. I mean, I just couldn't get anything to stick to it, and everybody got mad at me about it. It's the truth.
Ulti-Stick have something new coming out because they've been recently looking for beta testers.
For who?
Ulti-Stick. They have something new coming to market.
I know. I just yeah.
Did you get
I
one?
just talked to him.
Is that their ceramic PEI?
I don't know. I just talked to him today, and and I'm not an Ulti-Stick guy. I don't get nothing from Ulti-Stick, but my opinion is like one of the Prusa plates work great for PETG, and they work great for polycarbonate and TPU and all that stuff. But for some reason, PLA is just extremely tough to get stick to a textured bed sheet, and that's true of all textured bed sheets. But the Ulti-Stick,
not really.
The Ulti-Stick is different.
Put in comparison to something smooth. I think he's right that, and I've found that a flat sheet holds PLA a lot better than textured. It's not that textured doesn't work.
Pop them while you're holding up at an angle so we can see them come off.
There you go.
Now there's a multi-car pile-up.
Is that car crash? Liam, is that a texture? Is that a texture sheet or what?
It's a texture sheet from JG Maker, yeah.
How?
Yeah, see, and that's the thing is some of the Chinese ones they do great. Some like TH3Ds. TH3Ds does PLA just fine.
Take care, Greg.
See, and I don't. The one from TH3D,
it's great.
like I'll use it for PETG, but PLA, I go right back to a smooth sheet because I just It's too rough.
Well, smooth sheets I say that.
I have to go pick up places after.
I've never tried the Wham Bam, but I have plates from TH3D. Recently on my Prusa Mini, I tried printing multiple different types of PLA on different prints, and I couldn't get it to stick. And then I had my nozzle too close and was dragging through it. And so some things work great, some don't. I re-level the bed, and the other day I was printing something. It wouldn't print on this printer, so I kept screwing with it. I went to another printer, and I wound up on my original CR10 by the time I got it to go. I didn't want to sit there and fiddle with trying to get it right. I just jumped to a different printer, and I wound up.
So there we go.
I'm going to deliver my multi-car pile-up outside. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Well, the print I was just printing on this Prusa textured sheet with PETG just failed. So
yeah, usually though, PETG works pretty good on there, don't you think, DeWitt?
Well, usually it does, yeah. But
usually,
so you're saying it's user error, Tim?
No.
Operator error.
I cleaned it. I had a good first layer squish. I had 85-degree bed.
Did you film it? If there's no pictures, it didn't happen.
He was
just to prove.
On the texture sheet, Trevor sent me a texture sheet for my CR10 Max, and he said on that one, do not use alcohol on it, only soap and water. So on that particular one, he recommends only soap and water The rest
Jerry,
of them, I just use IPA. I spray them, wipe them.
Let me tell you. Early on in the Prusa texture, when the texture sheets very first came out, and you couldn't get them, and when you finally were able to get them, when you finally were able to buy one, I remember doing soap and water, because I always do soap and water, even on PEI sheets, right? Hot soap or hot water and soap. I got raked over the coals in the Prusa forums. You don't put water on a textured sheet. You don't put soap on a textured sheet. What do you do? Chris Warkaki, all these guys. You don't put nothing on it. You just wipe it down and blah, 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 blah. And now today, that's the standard. But the best way to do it is extreme hottest water you can stand and a drop of soap, and you scrub it and you dry the shit out of it. But I wanted to show you something really quick. So the print's done. It's perfect. And I'm going to show you. Come here. So today's date and time with the death threats on there. I got the proof of death threats on here already. Yeah,
just the proof. Yep.
So that's what the bed looks like underneath.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're not quite level. Yeah. So you got that little
They go down just a little bit.
It does feel level to the touch, but like in the print, you can see where the magnet lines are. So
yeah, the magnets don't seem to fully void completely. So they've got like a ring around them, so just enough offset to suck it down.
Let me ask you:
I had that problem with the deadlift.
Is a Prusa sheet level? I mean, let's try it. We'll use it for a tool. I can't use it for anything else. I might as well use it for a straight edge.
That's rocking. That was rocking. That was rocking.
No, I have that issue on the deadlifts with the mag bed, and if I use any like just standard flex sheet from anywhere, right? Whatever comes with something, or the TH3D. If I set them on the mag bed, they'll either pull down like you've got slightly, or they'll shift. Some of them will actually shift. But the sheets from ZYLTECH, the spring steel is a little bit thicker, and that thing it'll when it snaps on, it'll almost take my finger off if I'm not careful.
Right. See.
And that's my favorite mag. That's my favorite bag.
Say it now.
The magnetic.
Hello.
Hit that like button and subscribe.
That's the one. That's the secret mag. That's the secret phrase. Well done.
So you guys see that?
The magnetic bed on the JG Maker is unreal. The adhesion on the bed is.
I see purple.
I've never seen anything like it before.
I see purple.
Yeah, I can see light. Is that just the sheet? The sheet's rocking. That's the sheet that's rocking, not the bed.
No, I'm trying to hold it straight up, but you can see there's light coming through. It's not.
Yep.
But that could be the steel bed as well.
The facts where you see marks where there's magnets, could it be anything to do with the heat dissipation? Could there be a little different heat where the magnets are?
Oh, I'm sure, and I'm sure the bed reacts differently.
Hello, Betty.
You know, once it's
Betty
hot.
Boop.
Hey, Betty Boop.
But that's the problem right there. I mean, I can see the magnets in
Your room.
Yeah. Well,
That's not going to happen.
somebody who make.
Hey, look! I can even use it. Maybe I can use this object. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
See, I had spoken to a guy who makes mag beds, and because I had a question like, why are the magnets always slightly below the bed? Why wouldn't they just be level? Different materials, different metals, and once they're mounted, they expand and contract differently. So if you have it above, you run the chance of lifting rather than being too low, and whatever print surface you put on top should help compensate for some of that, as long as like you have, if the magnet is super strong and it starts bowing down a thinner metal, try a little bit thicker plate. Yeah. I'll
tell you one thing though, this mag bed, while it clearly has some high and low spots, you talk about snapping your finger off, this thing is stupid strong.
Yeah. Now I tell you this, when I'm putting on the ZYLTECH onto the deadlift, from about 3 inches up, it'll just grab it and smack it to the bed. I'm like, yeah, and then I just let it go at the end because it'll just take me with it. It's dangerous. But in a different sheet, I'll change it to a different sheet for PETG. because I don't want to have to keep changing the PEI all the time when I rip it off. But the thinner ones, you know, they just kind of lay down normal like they would on
different composition of the metal plate. So that's it. You just got to get that perfect pair with your flex build against your magnets.
Yeah.
Regardless of who makes it.
Yep.
Not too strong. That Goldilocks thickness, the Goldilocks composition, just to get it right.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit different for probably everybody. You know, everybody prints a little bit different. Everybody starts a little bit different. Yeah. Now, Jerry, I'm just confused. Why do you have that?
Blow dryer. I keep a blow dryer around for drying prints or speeding things up. When I don't want to use a heat gun or air, I want heat. The one I had kind of fried, so I got on Amazon, $10, got another one.
Ah, okay.
I can use to dry my mustache too, get out of the shower. Or like my wife says, I got hair in my back. I guess I could dry my back with it.
Is that when it all fell off the top, just kind of stuck?
I guess it just kind of went straight
all the way down.
Yeah,
replanted.
Oh dear.
Did that happen to you, Tim?
No. Well, I started to get the little, I call it the bat wings growing in the middle, and then I just decided to give up.
Nah. You guys should do like what is it, that lion model, and just print yourself a big furry lion.
The hairy lion. The hairy lion. Yeah.
Well, I got the wig when I want to rock out or something. I can put the wig
that's
on.
true.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just loading up to getting the bed ready for another. I had to do a filament change.
Is that why you're wearing the cap, Jason? Just so they don't get jealous. I just don't bother. Myself and Matt don't care. Hey, Matt.
I don't know. I've just been wearing one forever, so I just always throw it on.
Let's give this stuff a test.
Yeah.
Since I can't seem to get anything to stick to this thing.
Steve, is that green part of the flex sheet? That printed piece?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's a TPU.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the Lulzbot green.
Right.
Yeah.
The green you can't buy, I think, or did they sell it now?
Well, you can buy it. I have this. This is another. I'm gonna throw my back out.
The Shaggy DA.
Yeah, now I just need some cookies and some water. Oreos.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm jealous.
And I got to do this.
That's what you need.
You need the slow-mo. You need the slow-mo.
You look like every other person.
Whipping the hair back.
Tim, that's what you need. You need during the Voron build. You need to get a wig like that and wear it for the Voron build. That way, you always said having having hair protects your head. So you should buy a wig for the Voron build.
Rat rig build.
When I take my time out down on the corner,
Tim did say he's put protection. He's got protection. He's saying now.
I've got protection. This bump is all. This is softened up, and I've got a hard hat.
Like your head, it's softened up.
Yeah, this
softened up with age.
This guy up here. Let's see. That is protected with a nice piece of padding now.
Yeah, there we go. But there's no fun in that. We want to see the blood to get the subscription count up.
Well, now that it's padded, he'll totally avoid it and just run his face into the microphone over and over.
Oh. Thanks, Jason.
Well, they do say that when you're building stuff, it's all about your blood, sweat, and tears. We see the sweat and tears, so we need to see some blood. So that's why you don't pad it.
Well, we saw there was some blood last week. A slight scratch.
Yeah. Today I poked myself with my tweezers and caused blood. So if that counts.
I've done that with those. That hurts.
These things are stupid sharp. I know. So.
Yeah.
I hate when you run something underneath your fingernail when you're doing something, or a splinter or whatever. Underneath the fingernail, like
Yep, I did this yesterday. This is the worst. So I was cutting up some cardboard boxes with a razor knife, and as I went across the piece where I had just cut, the cardboard dragged across. And I would have rather been. Yeah. I would have been rather. If the knife cut me, it wouldn't have been so bad. But because it's that cardboard cut,
paper cut. Yeah.
I was like,
yeah.
Okay, don't look at it. Just keep going.
I see movement behind you.
What's that?
I see movement behind you.
He's printing.
Yes. No. Well. Yeah. It's printing. I'm still trying to tune it. Since I've changed the nozzle and the hot end, it's kicking my butt. I'm about to throw that copperhead in the garbage.
A copperhead?
Yeah.
You see how my first.
I think a Copperhead is the wrong. I think it's the wrong one for that printer. It's too big.
You know,
I mean, how are you going to get? You're not going to get enough volume out of it.
Well, I'm not trying to print at 600. I'm not speedboat racing at all.
Yeah.
I've never tried a hot end other than a stock hot end that came with the printers. I've never.
What trouble are you having, Jason?
That has a Copperhead. That has a Copperhead. That has a Copperhead, and that will have a Copperhead. It's sitting in the box for it. Just consistency, I guess. But
yeah,
I don't need a mosquito.
Why do you go Copperhead though? To me, one of the benefits I like is I like the one-handed. I like being able to nozzle change without having to use a tool. So,
it's just pick an ecosystem and go with it. I guess it's
I'm the same. Every printer I got's got a slice hot end too.
So they all could have had a V6, and it probably would have printed the same as a Copperhead.
I just bought these yesterday. I don't know. I seem to like break heaters a lot, so I bought a lot of heaters, but I've never seen this one before. This is they call it an industrial heater. Have you ever seen this?
Yeah, I've seen their one, and it goes high, like 750 or something stupid.
No. It's the same heater. It's a 50 watt, 24 volt heater. What makes it different though? Because here's one of the it's
the coating on the wires. It's the coating on the wires, right?
Okay, hold on. One of the problems with the slice, the regular heater is you get this. Maybe this one doesn't have it. I thought I had a plug on it.
The old, they stopped doing it.
Oh,
they stopped selling the short ones with the plug.
Because all the ones with the plug, like, it causes me so much heartache because the plug actually, that's the weakness, right? So this one has a PTFE lined coating on it, and apparently for high temp enclosures.
Yeah.
But look how small that wire is compared to the other one. I mean, it's crazy. It's like itty bitty,
Yeah, well, that's the difference between regular sheathing, silicon sheathing, and the PTFE. Is the PTFE can be much smaller, and the wear friction on it is a lot less than the silicon.
Right.
That's supposed to be like the best way to go now is with PTFE.
So it was 3:00 in the morning, and I don't know why. But
you clicked the wrong order number. Yeah.
It could have been.
No, what happened is
it looks the same in the dark.
It looks like something what Tim would do.
Yeah, yes.
She wanted everything.
All right, guys. I'm gonna head off for a little while. I might pop in back later.
Cheers,
Thank
man.
you.
Take care,
what
man.
ended up happening though is I put it in my cart like 3 times and hit order, and I wasn't looking at the total, and so I ended up with several. Yeah.
I got on the
So Lightspeed can now throw a few extra heater cartridges in with his Delta as well now too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I got on the USPS website and ordered some free boxes to be delivered to the house a few months ago when I started my Etsy store, and I wanted X amount of boxes of this certain size, and I only thought there were so many in the pack, so I clicked it like 10 times. I didn't want very many. They were delivering in boxes.
Now you've got 100 boxes.
It was ridiculous. They just kept bringing them and bringing them and bringing them.
Oh, that's funny.
We'll be right back.
Afraid we had no idea, John. Just a bunch of crazies.
What's going on, buddy boy? How you doing, John? Here's a link if you want to pop in if you have time. You're very welcome to. We always like to hear what's going on in the world of Tripods Garage.
And we all know his garage is nice and cool now. He's got the nice new aircon working, so he's happy now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are all the people that YouTube suggested for you to watch so you can improve your channel, John.
Lightspeed, throw a link to your channel in the chat also. Everybody is welcome to. I mentioned that earlier, but
okay.
Yeah, YouTube suggested that he watch this channel so he can come in here and be abused.
He's like,
he doesn't have to be here. We can abuse him whether he's here or not. There's no.
I know, but it's more fun when he's here.
Liam, you need to do a video on about the airspace that's trapped between your magnet and your build surface and why your print is unlevel because of that airspace. You should do a video on it. See how many comments you get.
Sure.
Oh man.
Actually, it'd be good to measure it. Actually, now that you mentioned that.
Yeah, you can buy a microscope or something and try to.
No, you actually just measure the surface, and by pushing it down, and then plop it on normally and do a measure, and see what the variation is on the surface height off my linear rails. That'd be actually may not be a bad idea.
Not on a textured surface. It have to be something like a PEI or something that's flat and would give you the right measurement.
You can do it off a textured surface.
Yeah, these were the old ones I was talking about. The heaters that give you all the problem. They have this little plug at the end, and what ends up happening is as it moves, it starts breaking the wires that are in that plug.
The work hardens, yeah.
Yeah, and basically it'll end up going like this and then just ruin it after a while. So I started cutting them out, and so when I saw the one that didn't have that, I was like, oh my, I got to have 50 of them. So
what type of a thermistor does it have? A cartridge, not a bulb, right? Because I hate thermistors.
It's a cartridge, but I use the a lot of times I end up just buying E3D ones because I don't need the high temp ones. So with a thermistor, which is a lot more likely to go bad versus a heater, I do like the plug because if you got to replace a thermistor, it's a lot easier than going all the way back to the board. But I'm finding that it's a lot more reliable just to have the long wire back to the board.
On all heaters and thermistors, I run all heaters and thermistors. I go 4 or 5 inches and I splice in. And if I'm in a hurry, I'll just wrap it and heat shrink it. And if I have the time, I'll solder it and heat shrink it. I never go all the way back to the board. It takes too long.
I tried to. It's the worst thing you can do, though, especially in your Bowden tube or in your cable chain or your run or whatever. Oh no!
Hey, what's going on,
Hey, John?
Mr. Cool? Are you in the limo giving somebody a ride somewhere?
Oh yeah,
he's in an Explorer.
He's a limo driver.
He's in the Exploder.
He's running. You running Uber today?
Yeah, why not?
So we have Tripod's Garage, and now we have Tripod's Uber.
Hey,
where are you going today, John?
Hey, Juanito. I'm heading home because we gotta go to a birthday party.
Oh. If you guys want a good can koozie, I'm promoting the can koozie. I'm an affiliate for Tripod's Garage merch.
Cool.
Visit my Etsy store. I've got them for sale.
Yeah, me too.
They're $1 less than the official channel.
Yeah.
Hey, I can undercut everybody.
Mine has a picture of a real tripod though. Not this fake tripod shit.
Feel the love, John. Feel the love.
As I said,
when you get old, John, are you going to call yourself Viagra Pod? When you get old, you're going to call yourself Viagra Pod?
It'll be a.
Why do you call yourself tripod? I'm confused. Is it in this? Shouldn't it be like bipod or no?
Well,
no, we have a leg, we have a crutch, and then we got a
something else.
Oh, you're counting the crutches?
Yeah, 2 crutches and a leg.
Yeah.
On a family-friendly stream, yes, he's counting the crutches.
Yes, he's got to count the crutches.
You can't count the crutches. That's bullshit.
Yes.
I found out that John calls it. He has a name for guys with for people with 2 legs. He calls us bipedal. He calls us the 2-leggers. Oh Jesus!
So like the mouth.
The bipeds. Yeah, he calls us the bipeds.
We got pizza, guys.
Is it rude to eat on stream? Pizza?
No, not at all. What kind is it? Where's it from?
Not if you order enough for everybody.
Yeah.
Cool.
Delivery to me will take a while though. It'll be cold when it gets.
Tim, what's going on with the printer? You're not. You haven't. When are you going to work on it next? When's that?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
No, but watching you build that printer, honestly, like I've kind of told myself, I'm going to wait till you're done because there's a lot of little things that like aren't super clear to me in the instructions, like how you did the belt thing. Yeah, like today I should be building it. I don't have the motivation, man. I don't know what it is. I kept telling myself I'm gonna wait till I get all the parts, and now when the last part came, I'm like, shit, man. Like, it's so big, dude. It's so big. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
I had a viewer comment
that's what
on
she
one of
said.
my videos. I had made a mistake on it.
That's something she never said. It's too big.
I had made a mistake on it. One of the viewers pointed it out, and I never would have caught it. Jason missed it. I missed it. And I never would have caught it till it came time to put a certain part on it. It wouldn't have worked. So It's those little things, and I'll be mentioning it tomorrow. But it was
See, I'm gonna go with on the first stream. He broke a camera, and it wasn't in that view for me.
That's right.
That's my excuse. You didn't. I was unable to see what you were doing wrong. So
dude, what scared me was the ladder, man. The coming off the ladder, like oh man, that is so dangerous. Like you jumped off that ladder, I thought, oh my god, he's gonna eat it.
Well, there's got to be a certain amount of risk in order for people to stay tuned and see, is he going to kill himself?
That's exactly why we're logging in, just for the risk.
It's a good thing you got universal
potential 911 call at the back.
Good thing you got universal healthcare, Tim.
Yeah, free healthcare here. Yeah.
So does John choreograph your videos now with all the risk that you're taking? I mean, there's going to be electricity, ladders, sharp, pointy things above your head. I mean,
smoke.
This is it's like a total.
We haven't got to the smoking parts yet. There's no power yet.
When I come to the power, believe me, I'll have a fire extinguisher on stream.
Yeah, that's the part. Honestly, that's the part I'm looking to the least is the wiring, because I'm so anal about it. I want to trim all the stepper wires so they're just the perfect length, and
my gosh,
it's going to take me forever.
As long as your wires aren't getting caught in your stepper motors.
No.
There's nothing wrong with it, because when you put the back panel on, nobody can see it. And you know what? If the 3D printer police show up at your house and tell you that your wiring looks like crap, just throw them out the window.
But you don't. I don't think you understand how OCD works. It's not that I'm worried about the police showing up. It's the fact that I'll know it looks like that, and that.
Well, you clearly don't have it. He knows what's behind the panel.
Are you going to cut and splice them, or do you want to go all the way to the board and do it the right way?
So so on mine I'm doing a Duet 3D. I haven't decided completely if I'm going to do the Clipper Duet thing yet, but I right now I'm doing Duet Pi on a Duet 3, and I bought the tool board, the 1LC version 1.1 tool board that has the accelerometer into it. So that's going to get mounted on the tool head, and there's basically going to be one little wire that goes back to the board. That'll have it's an RJ11 twisted pair, it's whatever. CAN bus, and then it's going to have basically a positive and a negative. So it's basically going to look like one wire is going to go back to the board, which I'm super excited about, because like on the rail core, I got this big bundle of wires that's going back, and so the tool board's going to clean things up a ton, I think. So, but I've been thinking like
in the 6HC or the Mini.
What, the Duet?
Yeah.
No, the Duet, the 6HC, the full one, the big one.
Okay.
But I've been thinking about this. The one thing this Lulzbot's got me thinking about, like, it's so freaking cool to be able to just take 3 thumb screws off and take your tool head off. So like to work on it or change it out for something else. And it's like I would really think this would be really cool on the on something like that big. Like if you had a tool head built that had a 1.2 nozzle, a 0.5 nozzle or whatever, that's like I would love to adapt this system to the rat rig for no other reason than just to be able to change tool heads out. You know what I mean?
I think somebody put an X change.
Yeah. Well, the big debate on it is the EVA, because he's basically copied the rail core setup where it's got the small Bowden tube, so you're balanced above and below the rail and all that stuff. And the way the rail core is it's balanced over the top of the rail, and it's balanced vertically and horizontally over the rail, and that's what the EVA does too. And I don't know how much of a difference that makes or not, but I don't know.
I think with the build volume. And all know I'm a fan of IDEX. I think that build volume, IDEX would be fantastic.
Yeah, that's true. But that's a whole nother level of complexity.
I know, yeah.
But
you can't really do IDEX with Core XY. It'd be really
actually, well, you can, but it would be a lot easier to do a tool changer. Like if you built this system with some pins, like a E3D, and had this tool head sitting on the rail just ready for it to pick it up,
exchange system, yeah.
But it would be much easier.
But a tool changer would be better. But again, a tool changer doesn't give you the ability to use the IDEX to do duplication of mirror mode.
That's true.
And that actually cuts down your print time, because you're doing twice the work at as if you're only printing half the bed, right?
That's true. Like the Core XY-U is what it's called. I think a Core XY-U is the Muldex is a Core XY dual or IDEX setup, and that is a super cool printer. If you haven't seen that, it's by 3D Printing World on Twitter. And that guy's an engineer. That guy is one of the smartest people I've ever seen, man. He is like a genius when it comes to design. But it's called a Muldex, Muldex. And before I bought the Rat Rig, I was almost ready to pull the trigger on it. He sells a full kit for $600, and then you got to buy the wiring and all that stuff. But that printer is super cool. But Chris Riley's building one actually right now too. So. But I wanted something. I've been dreaming of a 500 millimeter Core XY for years, and until Rat Rig did it, nobody had a Core XY that was that big. You know.
Well, Core XY is good, but Core XY has its challenges and limitations on scale.
Yes, I know. Yeah, it's something that big, right?
You're right at the edge. When you start going past 500, I think if you start going past 450. Without having a really good design, there's going to be better options for you at that build volume. Yeah.
But right. Trumpy does a Core XY at 500, don't they?
Yeah, but it sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that, but
that's why people buy it for the frame and other things, and then build something into it.
With a few good mods about for their bearing systems and so on. You could put on new belts. You could probably turn it into a really good machine.
Well, just like any other machine, any Creality machine you buy, by the time you buy it and put your investment into it, you should have just bought a good machine to start with because you're at the same price point.
Yeah, but except for John's, but that's different.
Come on. Not just John. There are other ones out.
Yeah, but John, but yours prints. Yours actually
ours aren't as exciting as his.
Now be fair. John's prints now as well. John's does print.
It does. I have to admit, it does print now. So maybe John, bad luck has brushed off on me with a CR10 Smartphone.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it's got to go somewhere. It's got to jump somewhere.
It's my turn.
Yep. Someone else is turning the barrel. Exactly.
Oh, I'm telling you, it'll probably be a month before I get the parts.
But Jason bought his. Yours wasn't a Kickstarter, was it, Jason? Your CR6?
No.
No.
No, mine was I got it from I actually, it was brand new, but I got it from somebody in Texas that runs, they are a distributor, I guess, for Crowd, or a reseller or whatever of a couple different brands. So he gave me a good deal on it because he couldn't sell them when everybody right, every other one was exploding in somebody's houses, and he's like, hey, I got all these printers. You want a good deal? I was like,
I wouldn't say every second one because there was a few. But,
you know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe what I should say was every other time John turned his on, it exploded.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, he's got complete electronics replacement, so he's okay.
Hey, John, you got so lucky when your build plate fell off your 5 You got so lucky it landed on that extension cord and not right on your garage floor. Dude.
Oh, that was I'm like, oh my goodness, if that extension cord wasn't there, that's an expensive piece of glass, too.
Yeah.
Well.
Luckily, I've got 2 spare glass plates for mine. So.
Yeah, Creality sent me one. Like, I forget why. I think it had like a postcard in it that said you can have this for free. So I emailed them and they're like, yeah, we'll send it to you. I was like, okay. I don't know what to do with it because I don't even have a glass bed on it. But now I've got 2 in a drawer in a box.
I've still got the original. I haven't changed mine yet. I've got scratches and that, but it's still sticking well. So it still works.
I threw this on the bed. Should make it stick much better. So far so good.
Well, you did get that far before, Tim. We have to wait a bit longer.
Yeah, I did.
I was just about to say, wow, Tim, it's been still printing. It hasn't come along very far.
No, it failed. It didn't stick.
And the first one failed, so he's onto the magic goo now. To see
I I had a corner lifting on a print, and I quickly got some nanopolymer in my brush, and I threw it under the corner, pressed it down while the bed's going back and forth. Didn't hold it. Didn't work.
No.
It's not. Well, it's not really good when you put it on hot, though. They even tell you don't put it on hot, to put it on cold and let it dry first. Yeah.
You know, I've never used it. I generally don't get bed adhesion, and if I need something that I know may warp, like PETG or whatever, or if I want a release there, I just use a glue stick and it works. It's like rock solid after that. Yeah. I've never had to use any of those nanopolymers or any of those to get really good quality prints. And I printed a lot on glass. And if you're going to have problems, you're going to have it on glass. So
I automatically, if I have a glass on like a CR10s, I go to a mirror. I go to a glass shop down over by Fremont.
Mirrors work great.
And I get a mirror about a quarter inch thick. It's real thick, almost quarter inch. Pay like $10-11 a piece for them. They sand edges, they beveled edges so they're not sharp.
Yeah. Mirror is fantastic because mirror is flat glass.
Yeah.
It has to be flat because if it's not, you get distorted.
A couple people asked me, they said, well, why did you put a flex sheet on your mirror? Why did you put your magnet on the mirror? I said, well, and why not directly on the build plate? Well, I want it flat. So I'm not going to put it directly on the frame because I want it to be perfectly flat. So I put the magnet on top of the mirror if I choose to go with a flex plate.
Right. Oh, I know what that is, Tim. I made that.
You made that. Yeah, that's one of your pieces, Jason.
I'm like, what's he printing? It looks familiar, but what is that?
A bracket or something.
I'm like, No, it's a little cover for inside the back of the rat rig when you have the once you put in the power switch. So that way, if you've ever got it on and you're in the back, it just covers up your hand from accidentally kind of going over hitting the mains.
Sam, it looks very nice.
That's Persimmon Galaxy Black.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it prints beautiful. Like that's yeah. So I don't mind spending a little extra on their filament because I very rarely, if ever, have issues with it.
I've never tried thinning it out, Dominic.
It should work though. It's just you just get a thinner layer of it. But as I said, the glue sticks from Staples, the jumbo glue sticks from Staples is all I use.
Yeah, I bought glue stick when I got my first CR10, and I just ran out of it. I bought a pack, like, I don't know, 10 or 15 of them. And after 4.5 years, I just recently ran out about a month ago because I have multiple types of build sheets. And I bought some more off Amazon, and what I go with. This time I went with Elmer's Purple. I haven't tried it yet, but
I don't find that works as well.
You know what's funny is the Prusament. If you buy, Tim, I don't know if you buy any of the Prusament, like the carbon fiber or the polycarbonate that they sell.
No, I haven't yet.
Dude, that carbon fiber polycarbonate is the best filament on this planet. And I don't know, I don't know if I can show it to you guys, but like the quality, the surface quality that comes off this thing is like stupid cool, dude. Like, hold on, let me see if I can.
I'll have to place an order.
Every print is off like absolutely perfect, and but it comes with glue stick, and like I bought 4 rolls. It comes with 4 sticks of glue stick. Every roll comes with a thing of glue. There's a separate box that was full of glue stick.
What brand was it?
Prusament polycarbonate. They call it a polycarbonate blend. I don't know what it's blended with, but it prints so freaking nice. Like, I've never seen a filament that basically makes all the layer lines always disappear. I mean, they go away. They don't exist. Perfect.
What's the brand that you use, John? The PCCF?
Hold on, I'm going to grab something else. I'll show you better.
Yeah, I have the I don't want to bash it, but it doesn't. Starlight is what, like $45 a kilo.
You're breaking up, John.
But I'm happy with Starlight.
She said I'm being really nice, so that's why I threw that up.
Yeah, I haven't done any PC stuff, but as I said, glue stick has been my go-to, and it always works for me.
So these are the magnetic. These are a magnetic AirTag case that I sell on Etsy. I've been selling the ever living crap out of these things, but I don't know if you can see the surface finish on this, but it's like
there's nothing. Yeah.
No, it looks really good.
It's like it's absolutely perfect. Like it looks like injection molded almost.
Yeah.
But this is the surface, obviously, where it goes down to the build plate. I mean, it's not as nice, but at first I didn't think this would stick to texture, but it does. So
the line on the bottom is from a string on the build plate on the first layer, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's right. It's only on this one, but yeah, I started selling these on Etsy, and you put an air tag in it, and it's magnetic, so it'll stick to. You can put it under the hood of a car or under somebody's bumper, I guess. I don't know, but I've been selling the crap out of these things for $29.
Wow.
But yeah, super strong magnet.
Oh wow! What are they? Rare earth magnets you put into it?
They are. It's actually a directional rare earth magnet. I'll show you.
You're putting them in the print. The print goes so high, you drop them in, print over top of it.
Yeah. So I bought these magnets, and they're directional because like from this side they're not magnetic at all. Like nothing will stick to it from this side, or it's not as strong, I should say, from this side.
Yeah,
which the AirTag needs, right? But from this side, this thing is like crazy strong, and yeah, the AirTag needs you got to eliminate the magnetism from this side, or it'll also interfere with it. But kind of a funny story, I had a guy reach out to me, and he was in Qatar, in the Middle East, and he asked me. He asked me if I would build him a case for an iPhone 12 mini that had 6 of these magnets in the top of it, and so I made him. And I said, "Do you want access to the cameras? No. Do you want access to the charging port? No. Do you want access to the buttons? No." He said, "I just want a box that has 6 of those magnets in it that I can put an iPhone 12 inside of." So I designed the case for him. And I made it where he could wirelessly charge it through the case. So I made the backside of it really thin. And I don't know what he's using it for. I don't know what the purpose of it is, but basically it's basically a way to attach an iPhone magnetically to something.
Anything, yeah.
It's a car and then do Find My iPhone.
It's a tracking device.
Yeah, so
that's what he's going to use it for. It's a tracking device.
And that's basically that's what people are using these AirTag cases for, is to track, like if the way I originally thought of this was like if you have like an old Volkswagen Beetle or a classic Camaro or something, right? There's whole forums on Facebook of where those cars are getting stolen all the time, and I thought if you could have an AirTag and stick it under the hood, most people wouldn't even know it's there, and it would give you the ability to track it down without anybody knowing. But the phone is like a real-time tracker, right? Like if you could track your phone in real time. But I don't understand. Like you don't want to charge it. He didn't want the ability to charge it. He didn't want to see the cameras. Have access to the cameras through it. But yeah, I made it for him.
Unless he's got a couple of old i12s, then it's an excuse to use it. You can throw it away in that respect. That's an expensive way of doing it. Yeah.
Well, the other thing I thought of after the fact, and I mean, again, is like maliciously, like why would you use that? Like maybe to sneak a phone into a place where you shouldn't have a phone, like a military installation or a prison, or maybe he's trying to stick it under the chassis of something to get it through a security checkpoint or something. I don't know. I really don't know. And after I designed it for him, it was $200. He wanted. I charged him $180 to charge it, or to make it and send it to him. And it went to a place in Kaleen, Texas, which I didn't know this until after the fact. But that is actually what is it called? An APO. It's like a forwarding. They forward it to the Middle East or something.
Yeah, redirect.
On things like that where they don't want this and they don't want that, take your logo off. Have a second print you can do. So
I didn't have my logo on it. I made sure not to have any fingerprints on it. Nothing. I don't want nothing to do with it.
You sterilized it.
You never know.
Yeah, I don't know what he's using it for, but pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, but it sounds like it's been used as a tracker device.
Yeah, but 6 magnets, you think it'd interfere though, wouldn't you? With 6 magnets on it, it'd be pretty.
Here's the other thing. It isn't like the way it's designed is it's designed exactly like this AirTag case. Getting your AirTag in and out of here takes a few minutes, right? You got to have an Allen wrench. And I asked him, the case you want the same? Yep, the same thing. So it'd take you 5 minutes to get the phone out of it. So I don't know. I'm dying to know what he's doing with it, but I guess I'll never know.
As long as you pay cash up front, who cares, right?
Yeah, he paid through Etsy. I made a special listing for him, and he stopped responding after I shipped it. So pretty crazy though.
That's because he was arrested.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for the FBI.
You don't want to see where the phone ended up. Yeah, log on to see where the phone ended up. You don't want to know. You should put an AirTag.
But what other reason would you have for that, right? Except to do that.
That's the only thing I think of is GPS tracking.
Yeah.
And with the 12, like with 5G, the 12 supports 5G, I believe. And they have 5G in Qatar. Or Qatar has 5G.
The entire Middle East does, yeah.
Yeah, all the Middle East does, yeah. So my guess is that the magnets wouldn't interfere with a 5G signal because the frequency being so high.
Yeah. It still says it's in transit, though. It went to Kaleen, Texas, and it's obviously a forwarder of some sort, and it says it's still in transit. So the guy's somewhere in the world that, I don't know.
Maybe
no questions asked, yeah.
As long as the MIB guys don't turn up knocking at your door, you're good, right?
Check who knocks at your door first before you open it. At the moment, I would.
If a guy in a black suit knocks at your door and says, "Look at this red light," don't look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's crazy though. Yeah, I sent it on the 7th. It still says it's in transit. I've attempted to contact him multiple times. I haven't heard from him. So
he's got a new phone, new email now.
That's like Rene, I sent at the beginning of June. I sent a small 3D printed part to Rene in Denmark.
Yeah,
he still hasn't got it. It's still stuck in customs in Denmark.
It's taken forever.
It's been 6 weeks in Chicago.
It took
what did you label it? Axe or knife?
No, sample 3D printed part.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can show it to you guys, if you're interested.
Yeah.
I didn't take a picture of the printed part, but let me see if I can.
Got the model.
That's called plausible deniability, right?
Yeah. Exactly. What part? Yeah.
Oh, Fusion.
I'm going to check see how my personal errors are going down.
Since we're not talking.
All right. As I was saying before, Sam Prentice has been dropping shorts of his Halloween display. The spider, he's doing large.
Why the hell
LED
is he playing? Let me mute myself.
If you're dropping shorts of his LED light panels, he dropped a new one this morning of a cat. Made a comment on the display, and Sam came back with exactly that's what I thought too. If you look at the light display of the cat, the center panel when it lights up is not age appropriate, shall we say? If you look at a short, Jason's logging onto it now to check.
No, I'm doing Clipper stuff.
You need to have a look at it. It's a cat, but the way the lighting goes on it, the center when the center lights up, it's not age appropriate, shall we say?
Wonderful.
Okay.
That's interesting. I put an orange filament into it, and on the bed, it's coming out. It's going in orange, but it's coming out green on the bed.
So you guys see this?
Yep.
So let me get all the bodies out here. So this is basically it. It's just a box with four. So it has four screws in it, and let me see. Yeah.
Did you do
where those you see where the magnets go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's got six of those magnets in the lid, and the phone sits in here. So this
one
is
would work. Yeah,
this is the iPhone in there. hold on, let me take the top or the bottom off. But yeah, you can see that's the phone. So I modeled the phone the best I could, and then basically stuck it in there, cut it all out, and yeah, it's got the nuts are embedded in it too. So I made it with the
heat nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's got the nuts are embedded into the down in here.
Heated inserts, yeah.
Yep.
So it stopped the print, put the nuts in, and then basically the next one was in the lid. Let me see if I got a pre-done view here. Edit. Let's see. My computer don't like it, but yeah, it had 5 in there. So 5 of those magnets in there. But yeah, pretty crazy, right? Like kind of a weird request.
Especially with that many magnets in as well.
And those
that thing, sure, it doesn't fall off.
It's not going to fall off. Yeah.
Well, and those magnets got like 40 pounds or 20 pounds of pulling force on them. I mean, obviously the shear forces are different, but when I stuck it, my desk at work is stainless steel, and when I stuck it on the desk, like, I mean, most people could not pick it straight up off the desk, you know? Yeah, it actually was pulling the stainless off my desk. That's how strong it was. But pretty crazy though, right?
To reveal all that air underneath the stainless, right?
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, guys, I'm gonna jump off. I gotta go. But it was nice talking to y'all.
Take care.
You guys see it, Tim. I'll watch your stream tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
Bye, guys.
Take care. I didn't pull
Thanks
it up
for that plug, Jerry.
So. Now, I know I have a lot of air in between my ears, between my flex plate and my magnet. So, anyway.
These are yours too, Jason.
No, those aren't mine. Those are from Cyborg.
Okay.
He did those up, but they worked great.
There's some layer issues going on here or something.
That's stringy, yeah.
No, but the layer, look at the side of that piece.
Extruding.
Oh, that's hot. But yeah, look at the side of this piece.
Yeah, that's why it's called a hot end, Tim.
Yeah.
They don't have to be pretty.
Nice silicon salt.
Oh, no.
They just need to come out. Yeah.
But the nanopolymer is holding up, so.
Good.
Yeah, when I printed this PET case with all the little drawers in it, on one side I had a couple little tiny burnt spots. So I think in the filament that was some imperfections. That's why I had a couple minor little black spots where the rest of it was perfect.
No, it's usually that's something either. Yeah, it's either something like older filament that came out with it from inside the hot end, or you had a spot that just slowed down enough to let it burn a little bit, or you might have had a piece stuck to the end of the nozzle and it dragged it around, and that's where it kind of came into contact with your model. Yeah. It's usually not something that's in the filament.
You see it right there on the side. I sanded it off, but it was way up in the model because it printed.
There's a slight mark there, yeah.
I printed it like this, so it was up a ways in the model, around the middle is when it happened.
But PDG is notorious for sticking to the nozzle. So if you got a piece with it stuck to the nozzle, like a wisp of a string or whatever, it'd be pulled around with it, and eventually it gets snagged on something else. And it's been there so long, it just burns.
Yeah,
happens all the time.
Yeah, especially on white, you're gonna see it on the white more than any other color for sure. Yeah, that's why you don't see the black burn marks all over my black parts. They're there. You just don't see them.
Yeah, that's the secret. Only use black filament. You got no problems. Yeah.
But
that's a feature.
It is one of the features of PETG is getting burn parts like that appearing in the prints.
Anybody in chat on Facebook or YouTube have any questions? Feel free to ask. If you'd like to drop in, I can repost a link. And you're welcome to drop in and hang out and talk or show us what you're working on. We'd love to see it. And please hit the like button and subscribe. I'd really appreciate it.
No,
you got 2 thumbs down, Jerry. That's not.
It happens every week.
You got 2. You're improving.
Yeah.
You must be the same people every week.
Probably the same people.
My guess is John.
No, I don't think
with a hard time.
Tribot, I don't think would do that.
I know. I'm just joking.
That's a halo over my head. I wouldn't do it.
Well, just don't bump your head into it.
The problem is, when did you last polish that halo?
Is that Damocles halo?
I'm getting it all out of the way today. Just burned my finger on the hot end. And
burnt the finger. Yeah, you stab yourself with your tweezers.
Although as silly as this sounds, the more you 3D print, the easier it is to actually use your fingers and go pull some filament off the
you
nozzle.
get the callus build up very easily.
Well, don't feel bad, guys. Like I told you a couple months ago, I nuked some hot dogs in the microwave for about a minute, and then I stuck a fork in them. I put them over the stove on my forks. I wanted to roast them, get them a char on it. And like a dumbass, when I took the hot dog off, there was still hot dog on the fork. I stuck it in my blankety blank mouth, and I pulled it out, and I burned my tongue, or I burned my lips. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Are you idiot? I've never in my life had something on a burner before and stuck it straight in my mouth. I've never done it.
You won't do it again, Harry, either.
Oh, my God. I heard it sizzle. Oh, my God. It was horrible.
Oh, sizzling.
It burns.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Oh, that's the worst.
Stupid. Dumb mistake. Like I'll chalk it up to my age.
Yeah, it's a
good excuse.
A geriatric moment.
Yeah, I don't know.
Literally.
Aren't you supposed to get wiser as you're
Well,
older?
no,
Isn't that your other excuse?
Usually when you get older, you get meaner. But I told my wife I'm never going to be that guy. When I was a kid, an old guy lived down the street and he complained and bitched about everything. I'll never be that person. So I try to watch myself. My brother's already turned into that person. But then
I'm going to be that guy.
I'm not
I'm going to be that guy that goes to the store and bumps into everything. It's like, shut up. You know why? Because you can. Because nobody's going to say anything to you when you're 80 and 90 and you're just cutting in line. Shut up. Get out of the way.
Yeah. Here's my 3D rant for the week. I have a rant, guys. When I went to McDonald's down the street, I don't know, a few years ago, I'd buy an ice cream sundae. They would always put hot fudge in the bottom, ice cream, and hot fudge on the top. And they give you a little packet of nuts if you want.
Yes.
And then I started going there, I don't know, at some point randomly getting them. And then they quit putting the fudge on the bottom. I complained about it, and they go, oh, no, we don't do that. We've never done that. And that really ticked me off because they've always done that. But they quit. Well, 2 nights ago, around 10 o'clock at night, Betty Boop wanted a couple caramel sundaes. So I went and got in the drive-thru, waited forever. They were busier than hell. I get up to the window, and there's no nuts. I asked for them. The girl looks at me like I'm crazy. She asked somebody. She goes, no, we don't have nuts. We don't do that. And it's making me mad because they've always done it, but the new person didn't know they used to do it and is looking at me like I'm an idiot. It's like, come on. So I'm not going to buy them there no more. There's no chocolate on the bottom or caramel, and there's no nuts. No reason to even buy them. I don't know if all locations are doing it or just the one by my house.
They stopped here. Yeah.
Really irritated the hell out of me.
I think I've eaten in McDonald's twice in my life. I can't stand their food.
They're okay. I prefer Burger King. Burger King has a better selection, but Burger King is never busy. McDonald's is always slammed, and I don't understand why. Maybe Burger King don't advertise enough, but they have
better. I like they grill their stuff, so it's a little better. And
they don't actually grill it, you know that, right?
But McDonald's has a grill. They don't microwave it. It's in a grill.
The
we don't
McDonald's?
have.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no. In Burger King, they grill the food. They have a flame grill.
And then,
the meat's already cooked, though. It's already cooked, and those grill lines are painted on. They're food paint. So when it goes through all that flame broiling, all it's doing is defrosting your burger as it goes through, so it comes out defrosted and warm.
And then Carl's Jr. Their Western bacon cheeseburgers are to die for. They're really good. But Carl's Jr. I don't typically eat there. I think they're kind of pricey. So not like Arby's. So
I like McDonald's breakfast because you can't fake an egg. They use real eggs. They crack them open.
A sausage egg McMuffin used to be $2 for $3. Now they're like $2 for $4.
Yeah. That's the only real egg you get at McDonald's is the egg McMuffin.
Yeah.
Everything else is like some kind of designer egg juice fake thing. Yeah, it's not real eggs. Yeah.
We don't get Burger King in Australia. It's called Hungry Jack's because the name was already taken. Burger King tried to take it off them. They couldn't. They lost it. So
good.
Big corporates sucked it over here for that for a change.
In Jamaica, my wife says that because she's Jamaican, they have a thing over there called King Burger. And I said, which came first, King Burger or Burger King? Apparently, King Burger's been around a long time.
Karen, don't they have a fast food place called Dundee Roos?
We have the Outback Steakhouse, not Dundee Roos. No, I don't know that one.
We have the Outback
Steakhouse.
Crocodile Dundee / Kangaroo Dundee Roos.
No, I haven't heard of that one.
No, I haven't heard of
I'm
that.
surprised you have an Outback Steakhouse there, Karen.
We
I'm
got
surprised that was
everywhere
allowed.
here.
Like I'm surprised the community didn't just burn it down or let it go out of business.
Oh no, because they still serve your crocodile and your emu there, which is
Okay.
not the place I get it.
Well, they don't serve that at the one here.
Don't they? Well, you see,
No,
Yeah.
you can't. No, you can get they actually do in the Outbacks. They do. You can get emu steaks and you can get emu burgers and you can get crocodile steaks as well.
Yeah.
I think
Must
the
be in
best
the US.
chicken sandwich would be Popeyes. They have the best chicken sandwich I've ever had.
They're good.
Yeah.
And they got them spicy and not spicy. I don't care for the spicy one, but yeah.
That's a preference because I like them both.
I've never
do
eaten
like
Popeyes, so I
chicken
wouldn't be able to
sandwich,
answer
and
that
I
question.
do
My
like the
wife
chicken
don't care.
sandwich at
My wife don't
Popeyes,
like
but
Popeyes. She says everything's too Cajun spicy, but the chicken
Just get it
sandwich is
regular.
really good. And then their
Yeah.
fish sandwich has a huge piece of fish on it.
yeah. No, Chick-fil-A just they ruined it for me when they stopped doing their coleslaw. So I went there and I was like, let me get I ordered a chicken sandwich or something for lunch and I was like, I'll have the coleslaw. And they're like, oh, we don't have coleslaw. I was like, oh, you ran out. She's like, no, we don't sell it anymore. I'm like, what? We've got this great superfood 12 grain, 6 bugs, whatever, ground up into
6 bugs.
And I was like, no, that's just, I'm fine. Just skip it.
And then Arby's used to have really good barbecue beef sandwiches, and they quit selling them. And I went there a couple of weeks ago. My wife was in Florida, and they quit selling the potato cakes they used to have at Arby's. They quit selling those too.
Potato cake, I didn't even know that.
They're like deep fried hash browns shaped like a triangle.
I've only eaten in Arby's maybe
I got that
twice
from them.
ever.
Yeah, Arby's is awesome.
Yeah, it's okay. I've eaten there I think I've only eaten there once, twice though. I haven't eaten there very often.
I like their chicken salad sandwich. I mean, of all places to go for one, it's actually really good. Like the bread that it comes on is really good. And the chicken salad's pretty good.
Yeah.
Fast food.
Need to change your promo for next week.
Okay, now
Panda
talking about
Express.
Panda Express, I got some Chinese last week. There's a place down the street, get their lunch special. And I ordered a side dish of a sampler of crab ragoons and this and that and other. And the fried shrimp are usually in like a ring. They're deep fried. They're to die for. And when I got it home, opened up the lid, there's a sample of shrimp I can go buy at Walmart in the frozen section with a little tail, a little square with a tail with batter. That isn't what I wanted. I wanted those round ring shrimp that are battered in tempura batter, I think it is, and they're awesome. But that isn't what they put in there. So next time I order them, I'll have to ask, what am I getting before I buy it?
Yeah. My daughter loves their noodles. Like, that's all she wants.
Noodles are great.
Half the time. She's like, I want panda noodles. Panda noodles. No, well, that's not what we're having for dinner.
Yeah.
Beef or chicken, panda noodles.
Well, we do our own pad thai and stuff here, so we make our own stuff.
Does your wife make it or you make it? You say we.
My wife makes. She's a good
He
cook.
eats it. She makes it. Liam eats it.
It's a team effort. It's a team effort, right? You make it, I eat it.
Yeah. No, but her pad thai is fantastic. And she mixes all of it herself. Like
If you can make it, you know.
Well, she has the tamarind and all this kind of stuff you need to give it the right flavoring.
Tambourine or tamarind?
Tamarind.
Difference. Tamarind.
Tamarind?
There's a difference. Tamarind is something you add. It's a fruit, right?
Yep.
Tambourine is a music instrument.
Yeah, don't get them confused. You might find it very crunchy. Yeah.
I was gonna say you're the tamarind man.
Actually, that's funny. There's a friend of mine. Since we're talking about food, a buddy of mine. He always likes fried rice. So once he turned around and his girlfriend said she'd cook it for him. He always buys it out, right, from a local Chinese, and she says she'll cook it. So he said okay. So she cooked, and he came in and she put the plate down in front of him. And he took one scoop of it and spat it out all over the place. She forgot to boil the rice before she fried it.
She fried the rice.
She gave it birdseed.
crunchy fried rice. Yeah.
No, he stewed it all over it. It was like basically it was birdseed because it was uncooked, right? And it can't be freshly cooked either. For fried rice, you have to cook it the day before.
2 days old. Yeah.
Yeah, at least 1 or 2 days old before you fry it, right?
Yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, but it was birdseed when she fed it. That was honey.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah.
Guess what I get to do tonight, guys? I get to take Ethan and his cousin and myself and Maria to see Paw Patrol movie.
Whoa!
Oh, you must be so
Paw Patrol 2,
excited.
the new one. Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
I'm
the new
super
movie?
excited.
Change the movie, go to see Jungle Cruise. Go see Jungle Cruise. He'll love it. You'll love it.
No, we went and saw Jungle Cruise. Went and saw the 3D version. Freaked him out. Like when the 3D stuff
version as
came
well.
out, he was freaked.
Hey, BS
Maria.
Tech, how you doing?
She'll never go to
very
another
first-
3D movie. So
The very first 3D movie I ever saw was Jaws 3D.
Jaws.
And you're sitting there watching it, and
Yeah, Jaws
and
3
the
was
first
in
attack
3D.
happens, and this arm, the severed part of this arm, comes down, floating towards your face.
Yep.
That
what
was
about the head that pops out that porthole? Like, yeah.
And that was scene one. That was the first attack scene in the whole movie.
Yep.
And it was the arm coming towards your face. It was really good.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember being a teenager movie hopping. That was a lot of fun. Go to pay one movie and you hop into another theater, then another theater.
Yeah.
But nowadays, you can't really get away with stuff like that.
No. Well, they don't label the theaters anymore as to what's showing either. So you got to know what number you're going in.
Yeah, so you don't sneak in.
Yeah.
And then-
No, when I was a kid, 50
And they
cents to
stagger
get
the
into a
start and
movie.
end times too, so therefore you can't leave one. The other one's already halfway over, so you can't get into the nose to tail.
Yeah, they stagger them as well. Yeah.
Yeah. For that reason as
How's
well.
it coming, Jason?
Pretty good. I've got trying to get the stringing under control. It looks like it's doing pretty good. I get a few little wispies on it now.
you're running?
But no, it's just PLA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but mainly because I'm trying to get it tuned in for 140 to 200 millimeters a second. So it's not ready for PETG at that speed. I don't even think this hot end would handle that. Maybe around 100 is what I can get up to, because that's what I can get up to on the Daedalus, around 100 millimeters a second on PETG for pretty much everything, in like 80 on the outer wall. I've been able to put down the first layer at around 80 or 90, but it really depends on the PETG, because the coax will go down that way, Atomic will go down that way, but like any other brand, it just can't handle I don't know if it's just how it's made or whatever.
Yeah, BS Tech. I was in a laborers union local 872 here in Vegas. I was able to retire at 50 because I joined them in 1993. Based on what year you join, you can retire. It's considered an early retirement, but on taxes, but I was allowed to do it, and I get X amount of dollars a month. I retired at around 48 and a half when I got laid off a certain job. So then I drew my unemployment and I maxed that out. I ran it all the way out and drew what I could draw. And then I got my money coming in every month. So, but yeah, I was able to retire at 50. And then after that, when I work construction, as you probably know, a lot of people that's work construction, you're go, 5-6 days a week, 8 to 12 hours a day. And then all of a sudden you stop doing that. For the first couple months, it's like, cool, I don't have to do anything every day. Well, it got old, and year after year kept rolling on me, and I just got out of shape and sore and medical issues, and your body kind of falls apart. So you have to find a way to keep active. If you don't, you'll have health problems and your body falls apart.
Well, you still have a shape, Jerry. Round is a shape.
Yeah, round is
yeah.
shape, yeah.
I mean, I could stand to lose 70, 80 pounds, and I used to be a lot more bulkier than I am, and I've lost a lot of my muscle. So then I had major surgery, which I have a big scar in my stomach and a giant long hernia, and I can't take my shirt off.
Yes, but surgery takes a long time to recuperate from surgery.
And the hernia will never heal because my stomach muscles. I can't go back to the gym. I can't work my abs no more ever. So anyway, it is what it is. So yeah, I didn't have to pay any kind of penalties.
Staying active is the most important thing. A lot of people think that when you, and I know a lot of people in my astronomy club and so on, and in some other groups I'm part of, a lot of people think when you retire that you end up with nothing to do. A lot of people get busier when they retire. An awful lot of people get really, really, really busy when they retire.
If I worked an office job setting, or I always sat down like Liam might do in the type of work he does, where he sits a lot, and then I retired, it's the same thing to him because he's doing the same type of stuff. Well, when I work, I'm constantly lifting and carrying, going 100 miles an hour, and up and down a tower in the stairwell, 20 stories tall or whatever. I'm really active. And then my new job is I'm like Liam. I'm not real physical no more. So things are different.
Yeah, but
my new job is like Liam. I'm just, I just sit around and do nothing.
Just lazing around.
Pay for it, yeah.
Thanks for that, Jerry.
Well, that ain't how I meant. I mean, I think people understand what I mean. So.
Yeah, when I need some pick me ups, I know not to call you.
Yeah, this is not the channel to come to.
Yeah.
This is not the pat on your back channel.
Right.
No, that's a slap in the back of the head.
This is not the suicide hotline you meant to call.
Yeah.
Well, yes, never get a part-time job, Jerry, on a suicide hotline. Just don't do it.
Well, see, what I do is the difference is when I'm not sitting here, I am doing physical stuff. I'm out doing stuff all the time. There's always stuff to be done around the house and to do stuff with astronomy. And you try moving my telescopes. They're 150 pounds a piece. Some of them are.
Yeah.
So, when I'm not here, I am doing physical stuff all the time. So that's how I keep active. But I do. Most of my work is sedentary. I'm sitting here. I'm not budging.
Yeah. Hey Jerry, what's your humidity at your house?
Me,
right
mine?
now? No,
Me?
Jerry. Yeah.
I don't know. Let me click on this icon. It says 2% on my computer.
What?
My computer says it's 98 degrees, 2% humidity.
I got 40% humidity in here.
You've got your actual gauge inside the house there, Jason?
Yeah.
Well,
I've got two of them.
now.
So one says 40 and one says 39.
I don't have a humidity meter in the house.
I'm like,
He's
what
going
the
on
heck?
article.
It's never been like that. Like, it's usually like 14 is the highest it's ever been, and all of a sudden, I don't know what the heck happened. It's not raining.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my thing on my computer. So.
Well, mine it's 87 degrees here, and my humidity is 61%.
Hey, Victor, how you doing?
Hey, Victor.
Why don't you pop in on screen, Victor, and say hi to everybody? Tell us what you've been up to. If you'd like to, here's a link.
Yeah. We get really humid here because we're surrounded by the Great Lakes.
Right.
And Michigan has not only does it have the Great Lakes around it, but Michigan has lots of lakes throughout the state. So we get a lot of humidity in this area. It gets like on really hot days, it can get really sticky here. I mean, very humid. I've seen humidity here hit 100%.
I used to hate going to the lake. Mosquitoes. God, I hate mosquitoes. Then one time I was down in Laughlin working back in the 90s, I think it was, and they put some kind of a chemical in the river to cut down the bugs. And evidently they didn't do it when I was down there because you walk outside of the casino and you're going like this because there's just 100 billion of them everywhere.
Yeah.
Just crazy.
Well, that's standing water somewhere because they won't breed in moving water. They can't live. Yeah, it's got to be standing. So they must have had like a tank or something.
Something was going on. They were just like everywhere, and it was just crazy.
And it's only the female eggs. The females is the one that bite. The males don't.
Yeah. They need the blood for the eggs. Yeah.
Typical.
Yeah.
Was that out loud? Sorry.
She can't hear you, Jason. You're safe.
I know.
Mine's the same. Yeah. My door's shut. She can't hear you.
Yeah, it's similar here. Oh, you're in Utica. Okay. I'm in Wixom, so we're not far.
So what's your family up to today, Jason?
I think they're downstairs watching TV. They were going to go out swimming, but then Adeline decided to sit down and watch a movie. So I think they're just
Peppa the Pig or something?
Do you text her? You want to get a hold of her?
Masha and the Bear is what they're watching.
Fair enough.
So it might as well be Peppa the Pig. I don't know.
Yeah. It's all the same. Lots of bright colours and movement. Yep.
Right.
All that matters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
No.
Just let it go, Jason. Just let it go.
That's what the TV's for.
I'm just going to check, see if one of my prints never finish at all different times, and just checking. I think I have the wheels for some of the cars are just about finished.
Oh, nice. I should be able to get started. Hopefully, if I can get this thing finished up tonight, which I should.
Get into it.
Get a good bit of those trucks going, because man, it was just, I had to take the 0.8 nozzle off because I just couldn't.
So what's back on there? 0.4 again?
A 0.6. I just had to move it back down to a 0.6, and I didn't say, or if I did save the file, I can't find my profile for it, so having to do it over again. The good thing with Clipper though is like the stringing is pretty easy to. It's got there's a tuning tower script that you can type in. It's built into Clipper, so you can let it do firmware retractions. You don't have to do it like in Cure or whatever, you know.
Yeah,
right? It'll you just give it the numbers and that's it. It's like one line of code that you just drop into the console and you're done. It'll run. And same thing with the other things like the input shaper and the pressure advance. So it's a couple, 3 automated things. It'll just go, here's what we recommend. You put it in, it's usually pretty good. So
hydrogen sulfide is not good to be in the air.
No, H2S isn't good at all.
That'll irritate the lungs and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're near a landfill is why they have that.
Oh, I had it finished.
I think they're somewhere near a landfill or downwind of a landfill is why they have it. But you shouldn't be even getting that from a landfill.
I don't know how clear it'll show up, but you can kind of get it down.
Just at the very bottom there, a little bit on the bottom, but just little bumps.
It's those little wispies, and before it was like a solid wall.
Curtain, a full curtain.
Yeah.
I was like, killing me. Yeah. Not that much difference.
That is very like the teaching text stringing tower, retraction tower.
Yeah. So they're all the same sort of design.
No, this is different. His is like a 6-sided. It's like a hexagon on each side.
No, his is round.
No, because I have his up right now because I can print his with absolutely no stringing. But anything round like this was giving me stringing. So once I get his cut down, I go to this one and I just kind of pull in whatever's left over between a pointed shape and a round shape.
That mains powered there, Tim, or cordless Dremel? Oh, no, see the code. There we go. Cord. Yeah, cord.
Amazon just dropped off, so cool. I've always wanted a Dremel. I don't know why, but I've always wanted one.
Well, now you're going to need one.
I usually buy knockoff.
Well, not really need it, but
yeah,
I think that looks like the same one I have,
or
similar. I don't know the model, but okay, sure.
The radio controller were all of the fly. We went with the Fly Sky.
Yeah, Fly Sky 6-channel.
Mm-hmm.
You get this with the 6-channel controller.
FS 16
45, $50 on Amazon.
Well, that i6X is a 10.
Yeah, you can. There's a firmware upgrade.
It's up to 10 channels. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a change you have to make with those, isn't there?
No, just the firmware. The latest firmware does it.
Yeah. Well, I haven't even flashed the firmware on it yet.
Yeah, the latest. If you just flash the firmware, you'll suddenly see it's got 10 channel option. That's all.
Yeah. But it works great.
Yep.
Yeah. No, they work
just fine. You can
fine.
program up to 10 models, I think, in it.
10 or
yeah, so you can run 10 different devices.
Is it 10? I thought it was.
I've only gone.
It was more than that.
Past 4 yet. It's quite a lot.
Yeah. It holds a lot of different devices. Yeah. But yeah, 10 channels.
So you can move it from device to device.
Yeah.
Just select the profile.
Yeah. Oh, it works real well. I picked up a second one. I think it went on sale and I got it for $29. The 10 channel. It didn't come with a receiver, but for $29 I was like, well, that's not bad for a spare.
If I make it to 62 and I get my Social Security, which will be like, I don't know, $1,700 or $1,800 a month on top of what I'm making, I can be on Amazon every day looking at all the sales.
Jerry, you started that sentence saying, if I make it to 62.
Yeah.
So odds on Jerry making it to 62. What do we got?
We're hard pressed to see if he makes it to the end of the week for next week's stream.
One thing about 3D printing and this type of stuff, a lot of people take a break from it and they disappear for 6 months to a year. This is something I'll be doing for the rest of my life. So as long as I'm alive, I'll live stream, I'll do videos, and I'll keep making stuff.
Yeah, I think I think that the big differences and the big judge whether or not Jerry will make 62 will be how nice he is to Betty. Yeah. That dictates how long you'll be around.
I can't make any comments. I said I'd be nice. I had something I could say, but I won't.
As long as we don't see an on-screen murder.
This is Jerry's, and that one comment has just prolonged his life. Sorry, Jerry, I couldn't miss it. It was too easy.
I put a hey BS Tech. I put a link to the ones that we got, an Amazon link to it in the. Oops, I put it in. Did I put it in the wrong place?
No,
okay. Okay. Like that's why I don't like having features because I just do it wrong.
You can get that with the controller, which is a 6-channel controller, or receiver as a kit, all in one, or you can buy them separately.
Yeah, you can see like if you scroll down, you'll see like there's other options. Like one of them is like Liam was saying, one of them comes with a receiver, or you can add it in if you wanted to. Saves you a couple bucks, but it's actually on sale again, so it's $39.90 and 5% off right now. So wow. Yeah, that's kind of how I got it that last time, and it was super cheap. Yeah. And
if I buy it from Amazon, then it's double the price just for the freight.
That's crazy.
That's because they have to
locally from a local supplier. It's about, I think it's $85 Australian from a local supplier. Amazon, it works out about $100 delivered for the freight.
I'll
give you an affiliate link right now. I'll click on Jason's link. Let me go to it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't have any affiliate links or anything.
I have an RC store about 30 minutes or so, 40 minutes away from me. So if I need, I haven't checked if they have those, but they have a lot of equipment there.
Here's an affiliate link to Jason's link if you want. That'll go through me then. Thank you. If you end up buying it, thank you very much.
No, I'd see about getting another receiver, Liam, just for your overheating, just to see that. Try that.
Yeah, I might just order the receiver part only.
Yeah, and test it
because it is overheating, and like it's not overheating that it's stopping, but it's getting hot. On it, the shrink wrap, the shrink covering they put over it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Over that one, there's one chip on it. Let me see it. Do I have it here with me? I do. I have the other one here with me. Let me open this up and show you.
Below in the description on all my videos, I have an Amazon wide affiliate link also.
Yeah. I'm only saying that, Liam, because when I had the 5 amp, it was overheating. I swapped the receiver as well, and it was still overheating. So I got the secondary, the 20 amp ESC, and then I tried it on 2 different controllers. On one, it was warm, and on the other one, it stayed cold. So it made a difference on the receiver as well.
It's over these.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That actually has melted. That's actually shrunk back away from it.
No, that's way too hot. It shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah. So and these
Those
are
shouldn't be getting hot.
They're not. I think they're capacitors.
I tried a different receiver just to make sure. Cause I noticed that with mine.
CyberDeck, how you doing?
Yeah, I'll try. I'll try a different one. If that's bad, then that would explain a lot of the problems. But either way, I like the 20 amp because it makes it run now.
Hey, Dixon.
How's it going?
Hey, Dixon.
How you been?
Hey, Dixon. Hey, Dixon. How are you?
Good. Really good. Busy.
Yeah, keeping out of trouble.
Oh yeah.
Then you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Still catching up on my flashlight here.
Yeah, your laser, your new laser.
Yeah. I got my I have my big one finished. My gigantic one.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Your moon illuminator. Yeah.
No, he's going to mount that on the roof of his car.
Set a piece of bread in front of it and see if he can burn it.
I'll put that on my Jeep. Here's a photo. It's crazy when I shine it outside. I mean, it lights up the whole street. The whole street.
And then the tree catches fire, and then the ridiculous,
right?
So what's going to happen is, every time there's an emergency at night, the fire department are going to call Dixon to come over with his big torch to light the area up.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking of putting a bat wing on there.
Yeah.
Oh, you should. That would be funny.
Yeah.
On a cloudy night with
good cloudy night.
Clouds.
Yeah. I'm going to put a survival kit in here yet. There's room. And maybe a Bluetooth speaker right here.
A tent. Yep.
Yeah.
You should build 2 of them and mount them on the roof of your car.
On my Jeep, yeah. I have a Jeep Wrangler.
And wire them into your car so you can turn them on and off on the inside.
I thought of putting a big giant magnets on that so I could stick it on the side of my Jeep. That would look real sharp, but I'm sure by the time I came out of the store, somebody would have ripped it off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But mount them on the roof and have the buttons, have the on and off switch inside the car.
Yeah.
Inside the Jeep.
I was building this, I sold a bunch of these other ones to guys down at work, and one guy says, "No, I don't want that one." He says, "You should build a big one." I says, "Well, I'm working on a real huge one." I says, "Right now." I said, "But you got to remember, when I make something that big, you're talking $200 or $300 that I got to charge for it." He says, "I don't care." He goes, "I don't care. I want to see it."
Just want it.
Here's an Amazon
there
link.
we go.
This is Amazon USA. It's my affiliate link. It's like company wide for Amazon, but you'll still have to type in what you want to buy. But if you choose to buy through this, it's an affiliate link, and then I get a small percentage of whatever you buy. It doesn't cost you anything for qualifying purchases.
That's a mad light. What is the output of it? Dixon, what is the lumens on that?
I don't know. I'm still doing testing on it. The smaller one is 10,000, and this one here, it lights up the whole block, the whole street, and it even makes it's so bright I can light up that whole tree. And if you look in the background, you can see it looks like a shadow, like I'm on stage or something. It's hard to tell. See the shadow in the background.
Yeah.
Shine it to the north tonight. I'll see if I can see it.
Hey, Jason, do you have anything like that in the military? Anything unusual that was like a flashlight like that that's really special and different than something anybody could buy?
Something in the military, something that anybody could buy?
No, something like that was unique to the military that's extremely bright like that, or anything you might know of.
I mean, no, we didn't have like. Not like that. I mean, not
lots
giant
of ordnance
flashlights.
Very, very bright for a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if we needed a lot of light, or if we needed light out in the dark, I mean, things like flares and other regular flashlights, or just light towers. If you didn't have a light tower to drag around with you and shine, but for the most part, no, we didn't lug around. Anything that was that size was a weapon.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't have it, but my club has it. It's a military night vision that goes onto a telescope. So, like the normal green screen that you normally have, the night vision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of those that goes on a telescope. So when you point your telescope at it, it amplifies the light of whatever you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
That's super cool. It's about $5,000 worth of equipment. It was given away. It was donated to our club. One of our members holds onto it. It's not used very often, but like the what you can see through that thing, everything's green, but the what you can see through it is unreal. Like detail you'd never see with anything else with your naked eye. This thing just makes it all pop. Yeah. It doesn't work for everything. It works in certain types of stuff, like certain gas nebulas it works really well on, and others it doesn't do well at all because it depends on what the amount of the type of light coming off it, whether or not it can amplify it or not. But it's really cool to use.
when I'm designing stuff like this, then my brain starts going crazy, you know, faster than what I can design. And I imagine a big light like this where the lens opens up and then have a ram gun built inside of it that can shoot, you know, a chunk of metal about that long.
You need an iris on it so you can kind of bring the beam in and just like shoot a real tight light focused into like at one cat and melt it.
Why are we all so destructive? Melting, set fire to, explode.
Because why not?
Because you can. That's why I built it, because you can.
I think night vision is getting very popular now. It's coming down an awful lot in price. Like you can get a sodium white filter, you know, amplifier, sodium-based ones. They're not that expensive. Well, expensive relatively, like they're a couple of $100 compared to being a few thousand, which some they used to be, you know. Actually, if you ever do get a sodium one, they're really great when you're doing for meteor showers, because they amplify the meteor shower. You can even see the faintest of them showing up on it because of the sodium amplifier. It's kind of cool to use.
Can you imagine you look back at all these companies that spent millions of dollars developing stuff, and then Apple and them come around and they make some software and apps, and it crushes them, you know. Like we have an infrared camera for our checking out power panels and all that, and that thing was like $10,000, and now they have a module you can put on the iPhone, and it's pretty darn close to that. We tested it, and it's pretty darn close to that $10,000 one. And years ago, them things were $40,000, you know, infrared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And look at what they do. Somebody comes up with a board to adapt to the phone, and then they come up with software, and it crushes.
You can turn a DSLR camera into an infrared camera. You just have to take off the bare matrix off over the CCD chip, and now you have an infrared camera. Like it's not hard to do because the normal CCD chip, a normal CCD chip, they have a bare matrix that's laid over the filter that's laid over the CCD chip inside the back of the camera, because like when you look at a fire truck, you see about 10% of the light coming off that fire truck. That's all you see.
Yep.
Right. The rest of it, our eyes can't see it. Oh, and Jerry, okay, but the rest of it, our eyes can't see. But and what they do in a camera, the CCD chip in a camera can see that, but if you take every photograph in that, every image would look pink because of all the infrared light around you. So what they do is they put a matrix over it to bring the light that reaches the CCD chip to match what the human eye sees. Hence, our images look what we normally see. But if you remove that, and we often do those mods for astronomy, for astrophotography. I have a T3i that's modded to do that. Everything has a pink hue to it because there's so much red, like infrared and so on around you, but that would allow your camera to image infrared.
It's interesting.
Yeah, so cameras are capable of way more, but we actually diminish its abilities to photograph, to make it look the same as the human eye.
Sure. That's what they do. That's what your big telescopes in space. It can pick up all them light waves, all that light.
Yeah. They use very sensitive cameras as well, right? And they also they have larger aperture, so it actually gathers more light and concentrate it down to do their imaging. But they also do. But what most of those do is they don't do color images. They use monochrome cameras. So all those beautiful color photographs you see of the night sky taken by Hubble, they're not color.
No, they color them in.
Well, they use a monochrome camera, because a monochrome camera, it's like the monochrome LCD screens on your resin printers, right? All those monos. The color RGBL camera, which is normal, red, green, blue luminance, depending on what color it only activates certain parts of that pixel, right? because the pixel's got 4 sections to it. Whereas in a mono, they're all the same, so they're all sensitive to all the light. And what they do is they actually put filters in front of it. With a red filter, you take photographs and you only get the red light through. You do a green, you do a blue, you do a hydrogen alpha, a H2, you do an O2, an O2 filter, you do a luminance filter, and then we know that the amount of light that's in there, well, that was imaged. We just switch that number that's in black and white to a color number. And that's how we get the right color. That's how we get the right balance of colors in it. So that's how it's done. So they all use monochrome cameras.
That's cool.
Yeah, way more sensitive, like the mono screen and the resin is. That's why you can do shorter exposures because you're using all the four sections of the pixel rather than just one for that one color.
I see Anycubic is coming out with a new printer, but it's just higher quality. It's not a larger printer, because if I was to ever review or buy another printer, if it ever happened, it'd be a big printer. As far as for quality, the printers I have now, my Anycubic and my Frozen, the quality looks perfect.
What are they doing?
Why try to up the screen on something the same size? It looks fine. The quality's not going to get any better.
Is the new one a 6 or an 8K?
It's DLP.
Oh, yeah. DLP. So okay.
Less than 2K, right? But it's like 100 by 100 by 200 or something build volume. It's not very big.
Yeah, it's like.
But it's DLP. But it's on Kickstarter too, so don't buy it.
Yeah.
Unless you can throw the money away.
Yeah. So yeah, they're doing. We've had this debate, so I'm not going to go there again.
No.
But yeah, but DLP is good. DLP has a lot of good things to it, right? For quality, for the print quality.
Yeah,
the print quality looks perfect on what I'm currently doing, exactly like it was designed. So,
yeah. I think for me, I don't think my eyes just something that I printed, looking at it in a normal setting.
Notice it.
I'm not going to see the detail that some people might be super excited to know they have. If I can't see it, I don't care if I have it or not.
Yeah, if you upscale something, you'll see
it's like a print. If a print looks perfect in your hand, like wow, and then you take pictures with your camera, you go to put on Facebook, you look like, oh no, that looks bad. I can't show that. So now you got to change your lighting or do whatever to try to make the print look better because the camera sees things you don't notice with your eye.
You just Photoshop and fix it. Change angles.
I'm just happy the print comes off the bed.
Aren't they targeting the miniature market anyways for that? With that,
what's that, Tim?
Aren't they targeting the miniature market with
pretty
that?
Much.
Really small things.
Probably. That's where you really want to get. You want to get those tiny little shoelaces or belt buckles on your tiny little models. Yeah. And for those
all miniatures and also jewelry.
All your resin printers
jewelry,
that's the two.
Yeah, for
most
folks that do that kind of stuff.
Printers are for that because if you think about it, you buy a giant resin printer and you're going to be dumping a half a gallon of liquid in there.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
They're mainly for miniatures and.
Yeah, and I think like
dental as well.
2K, the 2K is more than enough for miniatures, and like you don't need. In all fairness, a 2K mono is fantastic quality. A 4K mono, most people won't know the difference between them in a lot of cases, right? So
I wouldn't, not holding them in my hand, I wouldn't know that under like a macro or something, I might be able to call out some details that I wouldn't normally just notice.
If I'm going to print something 1 inch taller, like you say, jewelry that's really super fine detail, a bigger printer ain't going to cut it. You need something specialized to do.
And that's
really
where
super tiny detail.
The DLP comes in with that because it's got the crisper edges. Because
it all depends what you're into.
The light and the
Yep. You make a mold out of it, and then you can get beautiful jewelry, and that's why you need such tiny detail.
It works perfect for the jewelry market.
Or anybody who's doing like
lost wax, off you go.
Like toy casting, where they actually melt the material and they cast their own. That's ideal for that as well.
Hey, Red Light, what's going on? How you doing, buddy? Here's a link, Red Light, if you're considering popping in. Nope, that's not it. That's my Amazon link. Hold on.
You can use that one too.
Oh no,
use that
we
one
got
too.
Somebody sitting in the background. I didn't see him. How long have you been there, man?
Oh no.
Hey, Andrew.
I just noticed you're sitting there. How long were you there?
About an hour.
Oh, wow.
I had to go away from him. I came back. I didn't notice how I just seen you. Sorry about that.
I didn't know if you could only have 6 in, so I was like, oh, right, okay, I'll just stay here. So I've been working away.
I think I can have 10 in.
All right, okay. So
long time, Andrew. How are you?
I've been better. I'm on new medication now, so yeah, I'm doing much better than what I was before. I've been working away on all my little projects and stuff and trying to get back up. Room's still a mess, obviously, but now I've got 2 set of grinders. One's apart, what I'm repairing and updating, and I'm sorting through all my other printers back there, and just been doing a couple of models. So I have got so I found a model that I liked. It's from a game called Apex of Legends, and the guy who created it, he had it so that it had the what's called the wingman, what is one weapon in the game, but I don't like the wingman in the game. So here she is. So I've done a reposed, cut all the joints, made it so she can be printed in separate individual parts, and also redid the gun, put some more detail work into that.
Nice.
And then she's got a hole here as well. This is just the prototype version, so it's not actually the clean version.
Yeah.
And she goes onto a big stone that holds onto it, so it looks like she's jumping off of it.
That's cool.
So I've redone her. And actually her fingers, I was most impressed with her fingers actually came out. So her fingers.
Oh.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
So I had to repose all of her fingers. I had to redo all of her head. I had to redo her arm, remix it all, because obviously all of this was just completely one piece, what was unable to be printed. The detail work on it wasn't the best, so I went in and redid all the detail work on it. So yeah, that's what she's been up to. She's just sitting in the corner now until I finish off printing everything else. And doing my light boxes because I'm going to be releasing them soon, up for sale. So this one's got some clouding on it, what I need to clean. But this is for a Twitch streamer. I always hate it when cyanoacrylate does this.
That's smoky, yeah.
Yeah. I need to clean it off with some acetone. It's why I started using epoxy instead. But this one was a prototype for my phase 3, as I call it. So this is a RGB LED Bluetooth controller in here. You slide up the box. It's got a barcode that you scan, and it gives you the app. So you can connect to an app that then controls the LEDs. And I'm not going to give these to people because obviously UK, they've changed the laws on sending battery packs, especially lithium-ions. But a little power pack you can buy from Poundland for £1
to drive it.
Yep, and this will last for 18 hours on this one pack.
Oh wow! Oh nice.
Switch this off. I've got it set to blue at the moment.
That outside part that looks nice though. That could be part of your design and nobody would really know the difference.
That's great.
So I can connect it to a lot of things. This is. Well, obviously I did your one, Jerry. So that Jerry's one makes the 19th one that I've done. This one also has a clear ring all the way around it, what I call my halo. Mm-hmm. So when it sits on the wall, it actually produces a glow against the back here.
Yeah.
So
nice.
I've done quite a few of them.
Thank you very much in person rather than just typing. Thank you.
That's all right.
Well, not in person, but
Yeah, I've been working on them for a long time, and I don't know if anyone else does it. I'm one of these people who likes it to be as simple to put together, as easy to print, but as stupid as it can be, as I say. So basically, if you make a mistake with it, you can always recover it. Mm-hmm. With that version, it's a little bit more difficult because you need to change on the mainframe because it's got 3 different pieces. It's got a mainframe. It's got a front plate, and then it's got a clear plate. So you start printing the clear up to 2 mil, and when it gets to 2.2, 2.6, 2.7, it depends on
Color change.
how quick you are. You literally put in your color change. That one's been done in just black and clear. The other ones
put that in your slicer. You can do a pause that layer in your slicer.
Yeah.
And
I got filament censored on most of my printers, so all I got to do is just cut the filament, do a filament change real quick.
Yep.
That's how I usually do a color change.
And the LEDs, have I got certain here, are basically just your standard RGB LEDs.
I've got a lot of those laying around. I just got to find them. I'm very unorganized.
And the controller box for it, what is the little holder thing that I make them all custom with it, so that if you put it on the wall, you just put a little tab of double-sided sticky tape and stick it to the wall. And you can literally walk out the room and still change the color with your phone.
Wow.
But I've also got a remote control version now, what means that you can just do it like your standard LEDs that you'd have in a room and have a remote control that you can use instead of the app.
I'd like to control it through a Stream Deck, and I have the lights that I have behind me on the shelves. They're supposed to have an app, so they run with my Stream Deck, and I've never figured out how to make it work right.
The thing was, I was looking at getting the APK boards and my own system made up with a Bluetooth controller and have it so it's completely wireless. You wouldn't see the USB. It would have a built-in battery, and you would put it on the wall and so on and so forth. But speaking to people about it, they were saying, yeah, you can go on and go to like PCBWay and get the boards made up and we'll draw it for you. But in the long run, the expense that comes with that is a lot more expensive than what I'm doing it just now, which means that it saves customers a lot more money.
Yeah.
But I'll be looking into that as well, because I've been speaking to a few board designers, so that it would have, an 18650 battery inside it with a charge circuit and the Bluetooth and remote control function. So that
do you have a link or to a website or somewhere where people can contact you?
Not yet. I'm getting that all set up just now. I'm doing all of my designs. I'm going to have 15 designs. What are going to be set up as either you can purchase them as the units, complete, ready to, be sent out, or to have the G code. So you'd buy the file in G code, and then that way you can just print it out yourself.
Well, as soon as you're ready, throw it up on my Facebook group. You're very welcome, and then I'll share it out.
I will do.
So,
with your lights there, Andrew, is that just using the full length that comes with that light kit because of the diameter of your light source? Or you cut it back? Just cut.
No, you just cut them back. You don't. The thing is that you can, with the ones that I buy, they give you a meter with it. In the UK, you can pick them up for $1.99 for the remote control version and $2.99 for the Bluetooth version. But you can, if you're going to get loads of these, say like you bought your own file, because I'll be doing a custom one as well, where you could say like I've been doing a lot of streamers logos, and they go, oh, I want 4 of them, one for each other room. Then I can say, well, just go and buy a 2-meter kit, and then you can cut that in half, and all you need to do is solder on one end. That's it, and you're done. So you don't have to go out and spend, that money every single time to buy a kit. Like I've got 4 meters of RGB LEDs, so it's a lot more easier. But with the kits, you can just you literally buy them to whatever length you need. So you get 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, 5 meter, and 10 meter.
The last time I cut them and soldered, most of the solder joints pulled loose. And I know they make kind of different clips. You can just slide them on and they make contact. But I had trouble with soldering.
The sliding clips. The differences are that with the waterproof version, is the ones that I use, they have 2 different connection types, because they do 2 different sizes. So that you've got your original 50-50 sizes with 0.5 mil spacing, and then you've got the older version, what is the 50-50, but they're in pairs of 3, and their spacing is 1 mil spacing apart. What means that if you get a particular connector and plug it onto it, it doesn't match. So you kind of got to be careful. I try to buy from the same suppliers. Obviously, it's difficult now because with the China regulation, they got the extra 20% added on top for postage to the UK. It doesn't really work out because sometimes they switch out the products for cheaper products. I've been very lucky to get exactly the same products every time, but that will get harder until I actually find a main supplier that I can go to and get them either manufactured and made, so I have the kits pre-ready, ready to go, just stick them in. But for now, I'm just buying the kits and doing it myself. So I'll usually cut off the ends. You know, you have the little connector pins that connect together. I'll cut those off, and I'll actually individually solder all the cables onto the LEDs.
Cool.
Well, hey, fellas, I got to go. I got to jump off. Family time.
No worries, Jason.
But
thank you very much,
everybody.
Appreciate it.
Good one, Jason.
Take care. Good night.
Yeah, we'll see.
Catch you later.
Hey, Michael, how are you?
Hello, Michael.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I haven't dropped those files on a slicer yet, Andrew, to look at them, but thank you very much for sending them to me. I appreciate it.
That's all right. It's like I've done a few people's now. I tried to get as much prototyping in as possible. As I say, I wanted it to be very simple. It's one thing with 3D printing is if you're giving someone a file to print, you don't want to be saying that this piece needs support, this piece doesn't need support. Then you need to print this with this, and you need this as a. It's like, no, with that, it is so simple. It's literally 20% infill. You need main support on the main frame, and you need bed support on the controller holder. And that's just because I print the controller holder upright, so all the supports are on the inside, but it also supports the letters from the bottom. So it also means that you're not getting any droopage. I mean, I've sent out files before and they've printed it flat, and it turns out that when they've used full support on that, it's just stuck on the inside, and it's been really difficult to try and bend it all out. So that's why I say you print it upright, just with bed support. It'll print all the supports on the inside, but it'll also print on the letters on the back. So it just means that obviously you'll get a nicer finish on it.
Yeah, my download directory has like 100 million files. They're not organized, and I looked for an hour trying to find finding the proper files that you wanted. I have them, I just couldn't find them, so I sent you that one picture. So
yeah, it's the thing is that when you start going from PNG and you start making vectorized files from things like that, the quality starts to drop. So I've had a few people send me pictures that were ridiculously low quality. I mean, your one wasn't actually that bad. It was quite high quality, but their ones were really bad quality. And it's like, the worse the quality, the worse the image is going to be. So if you can get me a high resolution image, then I can obviously go in and I can change all of that.
And then the person that originally designed my logo for me put those lines through the 3D HP, and that kind of screws with prints because it's got that shading across it.
Yeah. So
but you can fix that in Photoshop.
Yeah, you can fix it in Photoshop or Inkscape as well. You can do it in Inkscape.
Take care, Sergio. He's got to go walk the dogs.
All right. Later, Sergio.
You get the same thing with lithos and that. I had somebody send me an image, and it was crazy how nice it looked. It looked like the people were actually sticking out. And then I talked to him, and here it was a professional photographer with a Canon camera. Mm. Well, I started out with a really good image, and that's why it turned out so nice.
Yeah, the source has to be good. If it's not a good source, then you're gonna.
Yep. If you start with crap, you end up with crap.
My Canon camera's still driving me nuts. I got a Rebel TI5, as I mentioned before, and I'm doing resin lapses where it takes a picture on each layer on my resin prints. Sometimes I'll do a print that's like 5-6 hours long, and it doesn't stop taking pictures, works fine. And then other times, like today and yesterday, about every half hour, I don't hear a click. I go and look, and it's not working. So I got to unplug the power brick, plug it back in, and then it continues again. It's driving me bananas. And I can't turn that Canon because I didn't buy it new.
We had the same problem with the Rebels when we were doing videography.
Any idea what's causing it?
It's the correspondence with whatever program it's with. We used Lightroom, we used to use. And what it would do is it would send off a ping every now and again to obviously say it's connected. If it doesn't find a connection, it puts itself into timer mode, what is sometimes classified as eco mode on cameras. With that particular camera, you cannot switch that off. It is just an automatic thing. So if it's not getting a response, it will automatically just switch itself off, basically. We haven't found a way around it. We ended up using the 700D and the 500Ds.
Well, that resin lapse cable has that little optical sensor in the end, and the UV light triggers it, and about every 10 seconds it takes a picture. And it
goes into the TS port. And it plugs into the TS port on the side of the camera.
Yeah.
So it's like having a push button remote.
Yeah, the triggering. Yeah.
And it works fine until all of a sudden it don't. And if I turn the camera on and off, it doesn't do anything. I have to physically take the power brick, unplug it, plug it back in, and then it continues taking pictures.
The thing is that we had this as well because we were doing it whilst we were
wondering
recording.
if the shutter's getting stuck.
It's not the shutter; it is actually built into the camera. If you look,
No. But I mean, if it gets what's happening, even if he turns it off and on again, it's not going off. I'm wondering if his shutter is getting stuck. That's why it's not taking images.
Some prints it's perfect and I have no problems, but most of the time it just pauses. So I can't, if I want to time lapse a print for a video, I can't do it before I go to bed because I can't get up all night long every half hour to walk in here and check it. When I do wake up for whatever reason, I walk in here, it's like, oh no, it's not working. So I unplug it, plug it back in, and then it works.
You're running it off the mains, Jerry. Is the battery still in the camera when you're running it off the mains?
It has a power pack that you replace the battery, and then you just plug it into one hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you need the mains on? Or what I'm saying is take the power brick out of the equation, just let it run on the battery, or doesn't it last that long?
The battery I have, I only have one battery for it. It won't last that long.
No, but it's not that. He has a power brick, and at the end of the power brick, there's an adapter that you plug into that goes in where the battery goes, and that provides power. Right?
Yeah.
I use that on my Canon, my Canon for astrophotography all the time.
I originally thought it was a brick. There's no light on the brick. I thought, well, I bought a cheap $10 brick. Maybe that's why. So this time I bought another one for $20, and it has a blue light, so I can walk in the room and say, well, it's getting power. So I unplug it right there at the brick, not at the power strip. And then it just starts working again. It's like, what the hell? It drives me nuts. Yeah. And the camera seems to be fine. I bought it off Marketplace from a pawn shop in California. It came out looking immaculate. The one I had bought from them, they didn't have it. Somebody else had sold it. So the guy's like, well, instead of giving your money back, I'll give you this upgraded version where the screen flips around. That's really cool. And if I ever want to film myself, I can flip the screen around and see what I'm filming. Yeah. That's really cool. And I paid I think around $300 for it. Great, awesome deal on it. Or $350 or something.
But it sounds to me it's either a firmware issue, which you can upgrade, right? Or it sounds like the shutters could be jamming.
I'm trying to remember. There is a software that you can get. It comes on your PC with the Rebels that does the active firmware stuff. It's a lot more better than what it used to be because when we used it, it actually tells you that we had tablets for all of our stuff because obviously we use Macs for doing all the editing, all the recording. We'd do it through Lightroom and so on and so forth. But the software didn't really work too well on Mac, so we had the Yoga tabs, the Windows 10 tablets, and we had it installed in that. And you could do it via the USB on that, and it would flash the firmware of the cameras. We just found that it would take half an hour to reflash firmware on them.
Try Magic Lantern, Jerry.
Huh?
There's a software that's free. There's a thing.
I don't know if it supports what model Rebel, what camera, which model was it?
The T5i.
It's a TI5.
Magic Lantern does support T5i. T5i.
Yeah, it does. I was just looking at the same thing right now.
Yeah. So I was thinking if you do Magic Lantern, basically what Magic Lantern does is you put Magic Lantern on your SD card. And when you turn on your printer or you turn on your camera, you load Magic Lantern into memory, and Magic Lantern gives you access to functionality of the camera that you can't
doesn't
get
support.
through. Yeah. And it gives you a lot of functionality. Like if you don't have normal time lapse built in, Magic Lantern gives it to you.
Yeah.
And it does a whole pile of stuff like that. It's called Magic Lantern, and you put it on the SD card, and then you load it up from the SD card.
Try. See if it makes it any better. T5i Rebel.
Yeah. So Magic Lantern. Check Magic Lantern out because it's open source and it will override a lot of settings that you can't change with the Canon stuff.
It's fantastic. On the SD card, it just makes a directory called Canon 100, Canon 200, and I just copy all those files to a directory on my hard drive. When I put them in, what's the software call I use? DaVinci Resolve. It automatically makes them a video. It'll take 300 or 400 photos, drop it on your timeline. Now it's a video, and then I right click on it and I just speed up the time lapse where you see it growing. So,
yeah, but I would check out Magic Lantern. It's free. You can install it. You put it on the SD card, and it gives you function. It gives you access to functionality in your camera that the software itself doesn't do.
Mainly to override the power off. Yeah.
Yeah,
and it would override the power. It would override the power off. It would override. You can override the eco mode. You can do all of this in Magic Lantern.
So I install that on the SD cards, plug it in the camera, and that's going to have an option to get to
it loads. Yeah, and they have instructions and videos out there that give you step by step of what you have to do.
I'll check into it.
But they give you like in the screen, the menu screen you normally have in your camera in the back.
Yeah,
a lot more functionality.
You will notice that you've gone from having 5 or 6 options per menu to having 50 options per menu.
Yeah.
Right, and it even extends the menu, the options as well. It gives you a lot of functionality.
Yeah, 700D's on there. What is the T5i?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So give it a try. But I have a suspicion it could be a firmware issue,
which would be taken care of by Magic Lantern. Yeah.
Magic Lantern would help with, and if not, it could be a shutter getting stuck.
Well, I hope it's not a shutter, and if it's anything else, I owe you a hug. Somebody. I'll mail you a hug. Let me pull that picture and I'll show you what I got going on here. Yeah, I don't know a lot about DSLRs other than I do resin lapses with them, and I think they look pretty cool when they work.
I'm just looking about what else it gives you.
But with the Canon and the Magic Lantern, those two options
they're a match made in heaven.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's made for Canon, right?
Yeah, that's not good, Tim. That's not good.
That's not good.
At least they're printed though.
When you're printing PET G, make sure you don't put PLA temperatures in. And
that may have an impact. Yes, that might have a slight impact.
Don't use and as well as that, turn off the cooling fan.
I always do, but for some reason this sliced is a PLA file. And I didn't even think about it. So now it just rips apart like
But
nothing.
At least it stuck to the bed and printed.
It did. Well, so in worst case, I'm just printing another set right now with PET G settings with the fan off.
When I didn't realize it, but when I built that little Prusa Mini and I put that kit on it, like Tim has there, those legs, it had it had settings for PETG, and I was using PLA, the printed fine. I was using PETG temperatures for PLA, and in Prusa Slicer, they're much higher than most printers, the temps. But here's what I got going on. Here's a picture of what I'm doing right this very second.
Oh, okay.
I got the camera there. The cord runs down. It goes into the back to an open hole behind the Z-axis, and every time it exposes one layer, it takes a picture. And now where I'm sitting, I can kind of lean back, and I can see that I can see the screen barely, or I can hear it click. And if it's not clicking, I got to go under the power brick and then unplug it on the floor and plug it back in. But sucks. Just wish it worked right. But I'll try that Magic Lantern. I'll Google it when I get off of here, and I'll see.
Just go. It's magiclantern.fm is where you go.
Yeah.
.sn.
Foxtrot Motel.
Yeah.
FM. Okay.
I've put the link in the private chat for you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so I've got the Sony HX80, the streamer's cam.
Oh, nice.
Now, the one thing I found with this, right, is obviously this can output to a 32 gig memory card. They said that they were going to send out the patch that you could update it so it would hold the 128 gig, but that never came. But the problem is that when you try to plug it into your PC to capture it,
right by the tripod mount.
Wow,
that's a silly mistake in the design.
That's poor design.
Wow.
Yeah. So that didn't work.
yeah, that needs to be on the side, out of the way.
Unless you can just get a threaded rod about 3 inches long, screw it into that, and then plug it in.
Yeah, it's got a multi-port on the side, but that's what you've got to use to power it to keep it going.
And like Jerry said, you want to get a threaded rod extension to stand it off.
The problem is that is a plastic groove with a metal insert.
Oh, geez.
You put a threaded rod into it, and you twist it one step too tight, spins the entire thing out of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I 3D printed an actual like a deck, and it just pushes into it, and then I screw it onto.
The way to damage the camera.
I screw it into this with my spacer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's got it. This is how I reuse things. Can anyone guess what this actually is?
Let me see.
The base.
Rear view mirror out of your car.
Mirror. Yeah, say it looks like a car. Yeah.
Very close. It is a dash cam for a taxi. So you actually have the mirror. What is the LCD with the camera on it? So that's what it's for. And I was like, oh, that's quite heavy. That will hold it up. And I've got another frame here for one of the light boxes I'm doing at the moment, where there's another prototype. But this one, I thought I'd go a little bit crazy. And I've got this sparkly blue.
Well, that's
nice.
This one is...
it looks like Bart Simpson's head with 2 ears when you flip it over.
This one
it does
is
a bit, yeah.
for my nephew who plays Fortnite. So this kind of shows you how it goes together.
Okay.
It's got the alignment points here, what has the tabs on the actual front frame, and then your LEDs actually sit in the recess inside. So it means that basically you stick them in. I usually put hot glue like at certain points all the way around. But this one...
Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, Matt. This
one actually says on it, when it's all together, no, Mum, you can't pause Fortnite. Because as my sister, she always comes in when he was on, because he used to play with me now and again, because he's like always asking if I was coming on. And he'd always come in and he goes, Mum, no, I can't go and do the cleaning just now. I can't pause Fortnite. So that's what I did. So I put it into the frame, and then obviously now it's going to be no, Mum, I can't pause Fortnite, because it's what he's.
Your sister's going to love that.
Yeah.
So guys, when I install Magic Lantern on the SD card, is there any specific things I have to do when I install it that might cure my problem? Or I'll just have to watch videos and read it.
Let me think.
It'd be under the power settings, under the power options, or the it should be. Because there's not, I think under the Canons there's a delay or a timeout setting you can enable or disable.
But you can also do exposures without closing the shutter. There's an option in Canon cameras where you don't always use the shutter, but it'll take photographs and keeps the shutter open.
Yeah.
Because that removes vibration of the shutter opening and closing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Locks the
And
mirror.
I would go that route is what I would do and see if it works.
Yeah.
All right. Because I don't use a flash. The flash is disabled. So the knob on the top, when you turn them on, it's the knob. I just click it one. I think it's one click. It's that way it don't take a flash, because that'll screw the time lapse up, and then that's it. It just works. So
yeah. We'll see what
but for the sake of a download on an SD card, if it works, it doesn't. There's no impact on doing
you
anything.
Just delete it off the SD
I
card.
used to have a 32 gig card in it. I put a 64 gig in, thinking that would cause it. Change out the power brick on it, and then But now maybe this will help a Magic Lantern. So,
Jerry, I got to run. I got to get ready to go see Paw Patrol.
Yeah,
awesome.
That's it.
Thank you very much for stopping in. Tomorrow night, everybody check out Tim. He's working on his Volron again, or no, his Rat Rig.
He's bleeding for his life.
Big guy.
We'll be there to give you a hard time. Don't worry.
Yep.
D-Wit's 3D over in Canada. Yeah, everybody like and subscribe to Tim. He's a great guy, has a great channel. He needs to get over 1,000 subs. So does Astro Printer. He needs to get over that 1,000 sub hump. They're both great channels, and it's fun. It's great being monetized, and people occasionally donate to your channel. It's it's hard to get over 1,000, but once you do, you're home free.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody, and we'll catch everybody tomorrow. 5:30. I'm on a half hour earlier because we're doing a giveaway on tomorrow's stream as well.
That works
so.
up.
We'll be there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Take care, everybody.
Take care.
Cheers.
Bye. Now we'll be there to give him a hard time. Don't worry. That's what we're here for.
He's lucky because I'm at work then normally in the morning, so I jump on at work. So the same for yours, Astro. I'm at work on the Thursday morning.
You can give him a hard time in chat, and I can give him a hard time verbal as well.
Yeah.
So don't worry.
Yeah, we do. I said the funniest part, just watching Jason as he's reading the chat things, trying to keep a straight face and be serious about it.
Very cool.
It's part of the fun, right?
It is. It is. It is.
Fun for all the family when you're the only one.
Part of the adventure.
And at the beginning of the stream, everybody, if you came in late, here's some stuff I was showing off. DB3D Dan done a little diode laser printer where he got the files off Thingiverse. I had him send me the link. There's many other ones on Thingiverse, but this is what I ended up printing out. And because Comgrow sent me a little diode laser around 6 months ago, if you didn't see my recent video, and I couldn't make it work no matter what I did on the industry with what software. I was having issues with it, so I finally figured I'll just build one because they're pretty simple. I ordered all my extrusions from ZYLTECH. I get an affiliate link. I get an affiliate discount from them, so I didn't pay very much for it. And you know, kind of here it is going together. I had plenty of polycarbonate wheels laying around, and I have a lot of printer parts. Here's a little board I bought for $13 off Amazon. There is no end stop on this, so you can hook up your end stops, but you really don't need it. Just control where it goes by your software, and I use Lightburn. And let's see if I got another picture I can show you here. Here, okay, here's it's all put together. It's currently sitting next to me, and then I put up cardboard around it so there's no way my dogs can possibly see the laser beam when it's firing. And whenever you use a diode laser, be sure you wear the proper glasses that are for that laser. I initially had the ones on the right on. They're for a K40, and I was seeing yellow spots on my screen while I looked at it. Well, I was supposed to have the green ones on, which are designed for that laser, whether they be green or red or whatever particular color for the wavelength of that laser is what you're supposed to wear. So always wear the proper PPE. Personal protection.
The green ones. Yeah, the green ones are for the green or red will work for the blue diode lasers. Either one, because all you want to do is decrease the brightness of the light where it's burning, and the acrylic in the glasses blocks the UV, the ultraviolet light. So in the CO2 laser, the reason why they're clear is because they do not need to be filtered because there's no laser beam to see, because it's invisible to the human eye. But the UV does come off it when it burns. So the acrylic in that, and they are coated with something else, but that actually blocks the UV light, which is why they're clear.
And Monday, I have this coming in the mail off Amazon from Comgrow. It's a 5 watt, and the one I have on there now is like less than a watt. I forget what it was, but it's really low. So I'm going to put this 5 watt on there, and then I'll be doing a new video. My second video will be me changing out the laser that quick. So
it's a 500 milliwatt is what you have,
and 500 milliwatt. And supposedly you can do many things with it, but we'll have to see. I guess I can go make a sandwich, see if I can burn on it. I can test on my wallet and whatever else I can find. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, engrave your breakfast. So we want to see
guys are building them lasers. I see now that are vertical, so they can set a glass on a turntable, and it makes it a lot easier because you can set any size on a turntable if you want to do mount.
With that because if the light goes anywhere, if the part gets knocked over, that beam is going across the room.
Oh yeah, it should be enclosed.
I have Cheetah Box Pro. They sent it to me. I'm trying it out for a year. I didn't have to pay anything for it. I'm still doing the same thing I did in the regular Cheetah Box. I do auto supports. It has a lot of bells and whistles to it that I haven't tried out, so I don't have a real opinion, but I am working with Cheetah Box Pro version 101, and I don't know. I can't really answer that, so my opinion isn't really valid, but it does have a lot of cool features, a lot of things you can do it that you can't do in it. So if you're doing this for a business or, you want to, I don't know. I can't really answer it, but that's, anyway.
Yeah, I'd say with Cheetah Box Pro, it's the factor of, are you doing it nearly every day? Because with the Pro version, being able to move the supports in any which way you want to, create the thicknesses to change at the tips and stuff like that, that's a factor what everyone who ever does their own supports, like manual supports, pretty much needs if they're doing it on a daily basis. But if you're a hobbyist,
charging a yearly fee now?
Yeah, that's
the Pro version. On the Pro version, yeah, it's like 100 something a year.
Yeah, it's kind of that kind of fact of like, if you're going to be using it, at least twice a week, even 3 times a week, then you've kind of got to put it towards, is it worth your time or is it not? Because I use Lychee, and I was using Qi2 for ages, and I found that it was really good, but it was a bit clunky for me to use. When I jumped over to Lychee, it was very simple, very easy to use. But but I mean, for the amount that you're going to pay for it, it's really only if you're going to be a business, and you can write off some of it to tax because you're using it as business softwares. It's not something that I'll turn around and say is a must, because
they're still going to keep the free version.
Yeah, the free version's still there, but
for now.
Yeah, when you drop a model in, it'll tell you if there's problems you want to fix it. It's got programs built in so you can auto fix models. But actually, every single model I put in it from Sanix or anybody that says it has a problem, I just hit cancel because I know the model's fine. I just ignore that feature. But it does have a zillion features. The best thing you do would be go to their website and read about. I'm sure they explain why it's worth $169 a year, and you can read all the specifics about it. But like Andrew said, if you're not using it for business or some way where you can write it off or justify that price tag, just use the free version. It's fine. The only reason I'm using it is said, hey, here, you want to try it? Sure. So every time I do a video, I show a picture of my slice file with my settings. And usually I make the model in color. You can change colors for what's on the build surface. And, that's in the pro version. So.
Yeah, Dum, you asked how far before the laser is harmful. That will depend on the laser and the frequency of the laser. Generally, the way a laser is focused through the lens is it comes in as a cone and then from focus from the lens, and then after that focus point, it starts widening out again, right, like an hourglass shape. The at focus is when it's most intense. As you move away from it, it gets less intense, but it doesn't mean the light coming off it will not harm your eyes.
There have been people on airplanes, they take a pointer and they shine at the pilot who's got his eye damaged. So I don't know that there is a distance unless you're a mile away or something.
Theoretically, treat it as distance is irrelevant. It's dangerous.
The difference, Andrew, is yours is a 1 milliwatt, mine is a 5.
Well, of course, yours is better.
Well, mine is brighter.
Yeah.
Oh, yours is a blue laser.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
It's not.
They go a long ways.
I wasn't going to say shine it at the camera, but you probably don't want to do that. You might lose Andrew.
This can cure resin.
Yeah,
because it's a 405 nanometer. I have some of those.
Yeah, I've got a flashlight to cure resin with also.
So, I got this a long time ago to do refractals, to record refractals through crystalline structures.
Yep.
And if you fire them at a certain angle, as it shoots off all the lights and refracts itself, it creates an absolutely beautiful pattern. So you do quick shot in succession. So you take 100 photos, and all you do is you just fire it directly into the structure. And you see all the crystalline structure on the inside. And as you knock it, and you knock it left, right, left, right, left, right, and you just keep doing it left, right, you'd see this massive spider pattern that would come up, and it shows you all the straight lines of geometry that comes through the laser, because it obviously goes in a straight line, but then as it refracts off, it creates maybe 1,000 different points of contact, and it was absolutely beautiful. So if anyone's got, like, if you've got a piece of Perspex and it's shattered, so it's been completely shattered, so if you put it in the oven for too long and it cracks, fire a laser through it and knock it left, right, left, right, left, right, and you'll see it will refract all of the laser light into the different points. But if you've got the camera just at the right angle, you'll see it refracts off of every individual point of that crack. And it's really beautiful for artwork. And that was like an old art project that I had. And I needed a high-powered laser because I used the red lasers and it just didn't come out nice. But with the blue laser at 405, it just looked absolutely beautiful.
Or the green would look really good as well, I bet.
Green was a bit too intense.
Sorry, there's a funny comment on screen.
It flare out on the camera.
Okay, Ike, come on.
How far? I would say
never.
Next solar system.
No, I would say you should be able to look at the sun if you are out by Saturn. You could stare at the sun without really damaging your eyes, because it's square the distance, right? As well, and there's a fusion of the light. Yeah. So I would say if you're out by Saturn, which is about 80 light minutes away, you should be okay to look at the sun, because it would be so small in the sky at that point, and the light would be so diffuse. You should be all right. But other than that, anything closer, you're risking your eyesight.
So if you ever go to Saturn, let us know if it worked.
Yeah, well, Well, since Dom is asking, he can let us know when he gets there.
Yeah.
It'll be a very, very long distance call to tell us how it went, but okay.
Yeah, very serious time lag. Yep.
Take a couple of 1,000 years to get your telephone call, but you know, we'll be all right.
No. It take 80 minutes. You're 80 light minutes away, so when you dial the number, if you said hello, 80 minutes later we'd hear the word hello here. That's how far away it is. In light minutes, it's 80 light minutes away, roughly.
Do we have
but not frequency though? If it's frequency,
no radio waves, and they travel at the speed of light, so the frequency won't matter.
Is there any telescopes on the planet Earth that if I was standing on the moon, if you could actually go there, and I held up a picture in my hand or some words were on it, is there any telescope on Earth that can read that?
Nope. Nothing.
So we can only get blurry images from a distance on what's supposed to be on the moon that was left there back in the early 70s.
We have satellites in orbit of the moon that can take images of the surface of the moon.
That close.
That close, but
you can actually tell what you're looking at, other than somebody saying, "Well, that's what that is," and those tracks are from this.
You would, let's say, give you an example. The lunar rover would be about 2 or 3 pixels in that image, maybe 4 pixels.
The problem that I have is they say this is a lander. They say this is a rover where they drove over here. Well, then why is the rover still over there? Did they walk back 2 miles? Did they run out of gas? I mean, why are they saying, and I've seen a couple videos where
they're battery operated, first of all, so there's no gas.
I understand. I'm just saying hypothetical, however, but why would they have left it way over here and then did they walk back? Why didn't they drive back before they left the moon? But
they would have moved the battery out of the way, first of all, before takeoff, in case anything got blown over and so on. So they would have parked it a distance away.
Okay.
But so there's if we're to see, we can see the cloud tops on Jupiter and Saturn and other planets, right? With our own telescopes here right now. I can see it with my telescopes, right? You see these beautiful images of Jupiter with all these big cloud bands. I can see them. They're not as sharp as you'd see the beautiful images, but I can see them, right? But to see something that small, you would probably need to have a telescope the size, let's say on the moon, which is very close to us. You would probably need to have a telescope roughly the size of Texas to be able to see to be able to resolve something that small on the moon.
Good job. The Earth's flat. The mirror wouldn't distort, so be okay.
Actually, the mirror has to be curved. The mirror has to be curved. It can't be flat.
No, that wouldn't distort as much because leave it on the ground so the Earth's nice and flat. The ground's flat.
It has to be parabolic because it has to be able to gather light and then focus to a point to see it. So, nice try.
I had a guy at work. I had a guy at work trying to explain to me that it's flat, And he's going on, and I'm thinking, I said, okay, I'll be open-minded and listen to him, Also, he says, hey, what about the ships that take off? And all of a sudden, you start seeing the top of it. I says, see, you're seeing that 3-5 degrees right there.
Yeah. What did he say to that?
Well, that shot it all to hell. I don't know what kind of. I gave up on listening after that.
I came across some guys who were actually using it. These are professional flat earthers. It's really such a thing, and they were saying that they were using laser beams to prove that the Earth is flat over long distances, and the further out they went, the higher the beam was, obviously, because the curvature of Earth is curving away from whatever they're aiming at, right? And they came up with all these excuses, and this was a recorded show. They come up with all these excuses to explain why the beam would be higher, and they came up with 1,001 different reasons, and not one of them are scientifically sound.
But it's a thought that counts.
They at least they put thought into it. They proved their idiocy is what they were doing. So, at least something was proven, so that's okay. Oh, that's mad. My brother was in town with a Celestron cat, and we were looking. Yeah. So Michael, Jupiter, Saturn, and Jupiter are up right now. in just after sunset, or well around 10 o'clock or 10:30 that night. And the higher they get, like around midnight, they look fantastic or higher up. But Saturn, you can see the rings, you can see the Cassini divide, which is the biggest gap of the rings in Saturn. There's one big gap that's easy identified. That's called a Cassini divide. And then you have Jupiter. Like I've seen the red spot. I've seen the moons of Jupiter casting shadows on Jupiter as they pass in front of the planet.
Well, I saw something very interesting. I saw the China missile falling back down to Earth.
Really?
Yeah, in Scotland, because the sky's so clear, there's not a lot of light pollution where we are.
Yeah.
And we saw the what they call a phosphorus glow. What is the yellowy, bluish, white flash when something comes back down into the atmosphere? And that I was like, what the hell is that? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what the hell is that? It's like, am I looking at a UFO or what? And then a couple of hours later, it was on obviously the news that obviously this missile from China had fallen back down to Earth. And I was like, oh, would that have been like 4 o'clock in the morning? So I was posting it up and I took a quick video of it. And so I goes, oh yeah, you've captured it. You've captured it falling it back down to Earth. I was like, oh, so
you can share that link to us. Share that link.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that.
I'll find it. Yeah.
Yeah. I showed last week. I wasn't on my stream a week ago or so, 2 weeks ago, of a meteor I captured on my ring, not my ring. Sorry, my Google doorbell camera, and it actually caught a meteor coming in and breaking up in the atmosphere as it burnt up. A bolide. It was really big and bright. I found out later on, and the next day I actually saw it because I was out observing that night, and I found out the next day. It actually happened over Lake Michigan. Now, Lake Michigan is on the west side of the state, and I'm in the east side of the state, and I saw it from the whole way across the state. You can actually see it coming in and burning up. It's pretty cool.
And the other thing that we saw, what was pretty much around the world, was when the meteor hit, was it Russia? And the sky lit up. And we were up at that time. And we were like, because literally it just became bright. So it goes to show, that things from space can do a lot of destruction.
If you're into amateur radio, in amateur radio you can detect them coming in through the atmosphere because they give off a frequency.
The ionizing, yeah.
Yeah, the ionize the atmosphere, and you hear these like pew pew, like a phaser fire, dings, or even high pitched dings as they come through the atmosphere as they ionize the atmosphere, and that creates a radio wave.
And does anyone here believe in ghosts?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
I don't anyway.
I was looking after my mum, so I was out for 2 days, and they've got an old monastery on the side of the house. And I followed a mouse from the kitchen because obviously we've got humane traps in there, and she's got dogs. And I went into this room. It was all dark, and I had my camera on for my light, and I was following this mouse, and you can hear it in the background. And I stand still. Now there's 2 old solid pine doors with little glass windows to the old monastery. So this is to the actual monastery, the church part of it where they used to use to get married. And I turn around and I look at the glass, and you actually see a shadow move across that front pane. And I'm like, I'm not too sure, because the front of my camera looked like there was mist. It was foggy. And I was like, I blew off my camera thinking it was obviously just foggy. So I was like, okay. And I saw something move across there. I was like, no. Turned around and started walking out. And I stood still and turned around. And in the recording, you can actually hear a voice say, "Help me." And I was like, nope, that's enough. I'm out of here. So I changed it into cartoon mode, what obviously changes the pixelation, and so it changes the colors so you can see the variations. And I took the video in cartoon mode, and you can actually see the shadow moving across the glass. So that's the cartoon mode. All right. Let's get it up so you can see it. So there's me just walking around. That's with the light on. Obviously, my light isn't doing any good, but you can see it's cartoon mode. So you'll see that there is a door I'll move back to in a second. Should have just skipped to it. So I can hear the mouse down there. I stand still. There's the door. Like, watch that. See it?
No.
There's a shadow that walks past. See, at first I thought, oh, maybe it's the light. You know, me being one of these people who is, oh, it's the light. But that wasn't a light because I saw a figure behind that door. And my mom goes, oh, yeah, I've seen it before. It's a monk. And I went, that wasn't a monk. Because obviously it was an active, it's like a big house that they turned into a restaurant and bed and breakfast. And it still had the church attached onto the big house. So it's classed as a manor, but it's called the Old Monastery. That's its actual title of the house. And they had in the, what would you call the reception room, there was this big old oak tree that actually grew through the ground. So they built an actual stave, like a big square in the ground, so that the tree would grow and the monks would go there and do their prayer. And then they would go into the church, they would wash their hands, take their, what they call it, the tablet, the biscuit, wash their hands in the holy water, and then go and do their prayer outside after that. So yeah, I kind of don't go down there at night usually, but because I saw this mouse, I was like, I'm going to follow it. And as I did, I saw that.
Famous last words.
Yeah, that really did. My heart was going with that one because I've never actually captured something on camera before. I've heard things and, you know, but she was like, oh, no, he walks around. And I'm like, are you nuts? You're living in a haunted house?
I'm way too much of a critic to, for that stuff. So
yeah.
There's just the way my mind the way my mind works. It's I'm if I can't prove it's there, it's not there. So
so like, here you go, right. So you're saying you can't prove it, right? Have you seen the laser arrays where you see the shadows from nowhere come in front of them? Because that's scientifically proven now.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're referring to.
Right, what they do is, have you ever seen those starlights, they call them? What is miniature lasers? You usually get them in green and red, and it shoots dots all over your wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what they do now is they fire them against a wall, and then they just have a standard sensor and a camera. And what it does is it watches for differences within the lasers, because obviously the laser points are going to stay focused on the wall. So what you see now is actual shadows that block the laser light and come into the lasers. So that's how they now can say that they can see
something's
figures
passed across it.
Has passed across it, is because you can see the differences in the lasers. There's quite a lot. Now
they do that, but that could be dust particles in the atmosphere.
Oh no, I mean this is like a human shape shadow moves across these lasers.
I haven't seen that.
All right, okay. I'll find a video for you. It's really interesting because I was watching how new technologies were coming to light, and everyone has the Xbox One Connect, and they can change the different cameras. You know, the infrared, the standard gamma, and then the standard camera. And what they do is they put it onto the motion sense, so obviously it can pick up movements.
The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch is real interesting. I have finally watched 2 seasons of it. And there's some kind of a weird phenomenon going on in Utah. And I know it's a reality show, but if you watch it, it's electromagnetic or something. And there is something definitely going on. What I don't like about the show is whenever they see what appears to be a UFO up in the sky, where's the guy they brought in with the DSLR and a big zoom lens that didn't zoom in on that and take a close-up? Where's that picture at? That's one thing I got a problem with. You know, and if something's up in the air like an airplane, there are cameras on the ground with telephoto lenses that can zoom in real close and read all and see all the rivets on that plane if they want to, as it sits still. And if it's sitting still, it shouldn't be a problem. So where's the footage?
I mean, it's like infrared and all these people going, oh, there's this UFO with infrared. And it's like, no, it's not. That's a bird. You can tell straight away instantly by the reaction. But there is certain things that you can't explain, and I always say there's things you can't explain. I mean, there is science that can explain it. But
our brain sees patterns. Look at this pattern, like I showed earlier. I done the picture wrong. I burned it wrong. It's a dragon with fire coming out of its mouth. How many people, right where the dragon is open, his mouth is open, I see a little girl.
Yep, so
I
do
see
I.
her face. I see a pink shirt, and she has a teddy bear on her shirt.
On her shirt, yeah.
It's called pareidolia, guys.
Yeah, pareidolia. You see faces and things that are not there. It's
like when you see shaped in the clouds, like bunny rabbits and all this kind of
Mm-hmm.
stuff. It's pareidolia is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and it's our brains wants to make something into something that we recognize because we don't know what it looks like, and that's all it is. It's the way our brains work. We try to make images out of something that doesn't exist.
Yep.
Half the time, your brain plays tricks on us. You wouldn't believe how often our brain plays tricks on us on everyday things that we see.
and then on that show, when their meters are going crazy, there's high radiation levels. Maybe there's something standing next to them that we can't see that's making that meter do that, and there's something there. So
it's very interesting when I get into conversations with different people. I've known scientists and I've known what can you call hippies as such, and both of them come from the same fact of if you've got proof, then you can prove it. But until you've got that proof, nothing is real. But then you get the opposite, you get the polarized side where it is you don't need to see something to prove that it's real, but it's good if you could.
Well, yeah, but I like to link stuff like to the scientific method, right? And that's you believe something exists. Now you have, yeah, Jerry.
It's got to have a point.
I'm not a member of that club.
Yeah.
You've got to reflect.
Got to reflect that exactly.
But that was perfect. That was great timing. So
I believe in the unexplained.
Well, okay. I believe that there's an explanation for everything. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
So and there is, right. Like magic in the past was like if we brought our modern technologies today back 200 years ago, or 300 years ago, they'd think we're all witches and wizards, and then we
burn you at the stake. Just you, they burn you at the stake. That's understandable.
We haven't discovered time travel yet, but there's no way to say, "Oh, that's bullshit. That's not possible." We don't know yet.
No. Wait, now the theory says that traveling through time is theoretically possible, but there are limitations on what you can do. And the limitations are based on us having physical mass. Because we have mass, we can't move at the speeds needed to move through time.
Matter.
It also depends on the shape of space, of space-time. And from our present understanding, space-time is flat, geometry-wise. And because of that, you can't loop back on yourself and go back to the past, right? Now, if it was a donut shape, you could go fast enough all the way around and come back and stop before you got there, right? But our geometry understanding of space does not apply. It does not work.
If the world is here long enough, someday in the future, maybe somebody will have answers.
We've got about 5 billion years left on our planet, and that's it.
Yeah, well, we need to hurry up and colonize other planets, just like Elon Musk wants to do. So that
we need to go faster than that. Because in less than 1 billion years, we won't be able to live on a planet.
Either the people in the world are going to blow up the world, or you never know, we might get hit by another meteor. Anything could happen. So him wanting to try to colonize and do what they do in movies,
it's a good idea.
It's a great idea, because if not, then eventually at some point in the future, everything's just done. We're gone.
Exactly. Yeah, but see, like we know the sun is going to. We have a good estimation that within 5 to 5.5 billion years, our sun is going to expand. It goes through its red giant phase. Mercury is gone, Venus is gone, Earth is probably gone. If not, it's at least it's super charred broiled, right? But we also know that the more the sun uses its mass, and as it gets older, it will eventually give off. It gives off more and more heat. More and more radiated heat and light, right? We know that for a fact. The physics works. So
it's good to dream, but I don't believe you're ever going to Mars. It ain't happening.
I don't know about even living there, but we will send astronauts there for sure.
Yeah,
It's not happening.
China's started.
They're dreaming. The reason they're dreaming is so the money keeps flowing in. That's why.
Well, SpaceX is not doing it for the money. He's doing it on his own dime, most of it. So he's not doing it for anything. Will he get money eventually if he can get the system working? Yes.
He's got piles. He's got piles of investors and everything.
Oh, he does. He does.
Yep.
I know. There's no doubt about that. Yeah.
Keep the money coming in.
And it's really funny that NASA wants to wait till 2024 because they're still working on their spacesuits if they go to the moon. It's kind of like, well, I thought we supposedly went in 1969.
They're trying to streamline stuff is what they're trying to do. Get rid of the bulk because they're really bulky right now.
I've seen so many videos that say we never went, and then I've seen all this proof that tells me we did go. So it's like a teeter-totter. I believe and I don't believe because of things that I've seen and facts I've seen in different videos. So
let's put it this way. We did. The reason why we know for sure we went because they put special types of mirrors up there so we can measure the distance to the moon using lasers. Right? These mirrors are on the surface of the moon, and we do use them. And that's how we know the moon is moving away from us at 1.5 inches or 3 centimeters per year. We know for a fact it's moving away from us because we can measure that. Its orbit is increasing and it's moving away from us because it's stealing momentum from Earth, right? So we know for a fact because of those mirrors, because of those reflective mirrors up there, they won't get there on their own. Someone had to place them. And the reason why we do that is because we always see the same face of the moon pretty much. It wobbles a little bit, but we see the same face. So we know we can put them up there and reflect laser beams back off the moon to measure exactly its distance. Because using the speed of light, we know how long it takes light to get there and back. Send a signal comes back, divide it in half, now you have the distance. Right? So there's mirrors on the moon. That's how we know this. So we definitely have been there. And I've seen moon rocks, so I know for sure we definitely have been there. Actually, I know people who work on moon rocks, analyzing the microglasses in the particles came back from the moon, to analyze and date the impact craters on the moon that we visited.
All right. Well, I've been streaming for 4 hours now, so I'm going to go ahead and call it, guys. I got other things I need to get done. But thank you, Andrew S., for those files. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, everybody in chat. Thank you for all the thumbs ups, and thank you for the thumbs downs. And we'll be back next week, and we'll do it again. And I got more great content coming out. Please go subscribe to Astro Printer. Or Decibel don't have a channel. Dixon, I don't think has a channel.
No.
But yeah, I guess that's about it. So thank you, everybody. Happy
Dixon's
printing.
old school like me. Keeps off that stuff.
And then Wednesday night, I believe at 5:30, 6 o'clock, Astro Printer will be on with his
7 p.m. Eastern.
7 p.m. Eastern. So go check out Astro Printer Wednesdays, and I'll try to be back on Saturday. And I guess that's about it. So have a great weekend, everybody. Take care. Goodbye.
Ciao.
All right, guys. It was fun.